You are Alpha and Omega. We worship you, my Lord. You are worthy to be praised. We give you all the glory. We worship you, my Lord. You are worthy to be praised. We give you all the glory. We worship you, my Lord. You are worthy to be praised. Amen. I ask Mrs. Vesler to pray for us, please.
Hey, dear Heavenly Father, we give you praise and honor. Oh, this morning, Father, we thank you so much for the grace of life and the grace of waking us up. Lord, we are breathing. We are grateful. There are those that slept, Lord, and did not wake up. We call ourselves blessed to be in this place right now. We invite your Holy Spirit to be among us, Lord. We invite our minds and our conscious minds and our hearts to be united under this roof today as we are about to learn things that will help us grow in our endeavors in our lives, in the places wherever we're coming from. Lord, we ask that you give us broadened minds and wisdom to take whatever we need to take from today's sessions. And Lord, we ask all of this in your Son's powerful name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, very quickly now. There's this list circulating. You'd need to sign to the dates for today. So there's nothing that has changed. You just check your name and then sign to the second date, which is for today. Thank you.
ambassadors and peacekeepers, and to assist us to manage the conflict that we may have inside our borders, but also sometimes outside our borders that impacts on us as women. Then we had a presentation, a brilliant presentation from formerly known as Facebook, now known as Meta, who reminded us of what they provide online in terms of Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook. But they also gave us insight into the fact that these platforms are not just available for social media, they are available for us to enable us to be entrepreneurs and to use it in an entrepreneurial manner. And she gave us input into the program that they have as She Means Business on Facebook, now Meta, where women can access this opportunity and start their own businesses. Then there was an input by their colleague on the safety tips and the safety resources that's available online. There was a big discussion around online safety when using these platforms. Then we had an input on cybersecurity and cyber safety and being safe online after lunch. And we essentially was reminded about how we are supposed to report incidents of online abuse or harassment, and that we now even have a cybercrimes bill where we are able to report these incidents. We also have a cyber hub that daily receives incidents. And then lastly, we had a demonstration from Siafunda in Gauteng, where they showed us practically how the fourth industrial revolution is actively and available to us to enable us to have access to technology that can help us to either do coding, programming, but also robotics, and how Internet of Things interacts with ordinary physical and biological technologies. And there was also a number of questions that was asked by the audience that ranged from how do I do an application online to where is South Africa as far as our digital transformation is concerned. There was also a number of inputs made about how we need to keep ourselves safe online. And there was also questions asked about how do we ensure that provinces and local communities gets this information. So it was a robust, interactive and dialogue yesterday, and we hope that the same will apply today. And I hope that the recap reminds us of what we received. There was also some goodies that was given away by the South African Post Bank, and they will be doing a presentation today, I think, on the literacy, financial literacy. So I think it was an interesting day, even though we had load shedding, we had some incidents where we had connectivity issues, but all in all, the day went well, and we were able to achieve what we set out to achieve for the day. So I hope that you will continue to robustly interact and give us feedback on how you feel about the day. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lenders, for that recap. Well captured. I'd now like to move to our next presenter, Ms. Lebohang Mutiba, who's the Director, Stakeholder Coordination and Outreach Person with Disabilities from the Department of Women, Youth and Person with Disabilities. Lebohang, are you online? Can you hear me? Zakele, please check if Lebohang is online.
I am online, Chair, and I can hear you.
Thank you so much. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And with your indulgence, can I please remain in the dark in a way, saving my bandwidth?
No, granted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And also, if I can please present or project my presentation.
You can share your screen and we can see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's put it on presentation mode. Thank you.
There you go. Okay. As mentioned, my name is Lebohang Mutiba. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And my portfolio is that I'm responsible for stakeholder coordination and outreach. And then as a department, we saw this as an opportune moment to come and speak to the DCDT's stakeholders, because our stakeholders are cross-cutting. Jehovah, still morning, didn't have my coffee, are cross-cutting. So we thought that maybe this will be an opportune moment for us to also come and talk to your stakeholders in a way to enrich them in terms of how we normally or would do our stakeholder consultations. This is more particularly so because now we've seen how things have changed, and we've seen how we starting to connect with our stakeholders. So today I'll be presenting to you about stakeholder engagement remote strategy, because we know even now, in Pretoria, some of you are in Limpopo, others are in Joburg, others are in PE as I heard. So it's because of the new situation or the new changes that we find ourselves in, which are technological, biological, because of COVID and the likes. So in terms of the problem statement, we have identified the following underlying reasons for reinterpretation of the stakeholder strategy, and then this includes the following. So we've seen in the past that there's been lack of physical contact during available stakeholder engagement sessions through making use of a variety of forms of critical analysis, creative innovation, and the development of new vocabularies for thinking about the meaning or engagement of socioeconomic development. So this also talks to how we've been reaching out to our stakeholders. You know, traditionally would have imbizos, would have a smaller group sessions, but now we've been, especially 2020 and some parts of 2021, we found ourselves being pushed to can literally meet online, whereby we were restricted in terms of physical contact or physical meetings. So that necessitated us to come up with this strategy. And also, just as I said, we've seen how the pandemic has changed the manner in which the world would approach stakeholder engagements, and still achieving stakeholders' inputs in policy interpretation, lobbying and advocacy in advancing the mandate of the department, or basically of government, because now we're not speaking for ourselves. I'm sure even today you can see this is a hybrid environment that we are in. So this applies across all government departments. So it cannot be unique to our department only. So also this identified lack of access to evolution of the era of the fourth industrial revolution. That means access to ICT and webinars will inevitably exclude a large number of stakeholders and beneficiaries who are the beneficiaries of government services, due to a number of actors not having issues such as not having devices, connectivity, or funds to pay data and participate. So we also have the lack of use of language during engagements. Needs to be the language that will maximize participation and contributions. You know that, for example, we also take care of persons with disabilities, or people living with disabilities. So we need to make sure that they're included in our community engagements or community mobilization events. So how do we do that? We need, for example, to have a way in which you can connect with a sign language interpreter and the likes. And also what we found ourselves faced with is the lack of security of the platforms for engagement within an electronic system and the affordability thereof. When we started, Zoom was very much expensive, but at least now the costs are becoming down because there's alternatives. You have Microsoft Teams, you have others which are free. There's another package which is free online. Then there's also Zoom. So because of the competition that is available in the market, the costs are somewhat being driven down. But also there's an issue of security. I'm sure you would have noticed in the past year or so, whereby you attend a conference online and then there'll be an interaction. Maybe this will be some activists of some kind trying to push a particular position. They'll just interrupt and then start shouting things, or some others are they're just having malicious intent. We've seen a number of times parliament meetings being hacked with other things which are not related to the discussions of the day. So we also have lack of access to information for people living in rural areas where connectivity is poor and infrastructure is a barrier. For example, you still have communities which are using 2G, and some of them, it's maybe the elderly, they don't have access to things like your internet. They don't have access. If they do have internet, they don't have access to your working email address. They don't have access to things like your WhatsApp, which makes communication much more easier these days. And then you ask me then, what is the purpose of this stakeholder engagement strategy? So this engagement strategy, we wanted to implement it to outline the importance of stakeholder engagements within gender and developmental environment, with specific focus on young women and persons with disabilities. And then secondly, the purpose is to present a new narrative that public engagements and stakeholder consultations will no longer be open physical conversations with stakeholders to solicit more ideas around how best to enhance international solidarity and building a capable developmental state and leaving no one behind. So you know that normally would sit around the table, have conversations, have discussions, and then be able to get the views of the public or the views of the society at large. Now it's becoming more and more difficult to do that, unless if maybe we getting back to normality. So there's also a need to outline how we understand stakeholders, that there are people who affect or are affected by government policies and plans. And then furthermore, in using the definition given by Thompson, we had to go academic on this one, that a stakeholder is an organization. A stakeholder is an organization that by definition is any group or individual who can affect or is affected by the achievement of the organization's objective. That is found in Freeman, 1984, page 46. And that stakeholders are those parties who have a stake in the firm or in the government in this instance. These definitions all share the implicit premise that the basic identity of the firm is defined independent of and separate from its stakeholder. So we also needed to reach people living in rural areas using various communication mechanisms to participate in outreach initiatives during Women's Month and beyond. So the expected outcomes in terms of what is it that we'd like to achieve by using this new way of doing things, new way of reaching our stakeholders. So we said that in order to increase the reach for covering people living in rural areas or areas where connectivities are poor due to the lack of infrastructure, our expected outcomes of the stakeholder engagement strategy is to explore how best the Women's Month, but not necessarily the Women's Month, key dates, key national dates of our government can be, stakeholders can be consulted on, and then having also taking consideration into all 11 official languages, soon to be 12. I'm sorry, there's a typo, there can be 14, and the issues around access and equality for all. And then secondly, we want to make use of the new normal to continue to consult stakeholders and not hold on the business as usual around structured stakeholder relations. Thirdly, we have a reality where many of the metaphors which have been used to understand and explain stakeholder concept and business activity in general are couched in a language which is distinctly masculine, and that is a reinterpretation of the stakeholder. Within the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the mandate for us is to create accessible, safe platforms for engagement. So we see this as part of our mandate or part of our role to play, especially coming from stakeholder perspective. So we also wanted to expand coverage and the reach for Women's Month messages, and of most importance, to listen to the voices and the agencies of women in all areas, using their mother tongue and influencing policies in improving the quality of their own lives. So in a nutshell, this picture depicts what we want to achieve as the department or as government. In the middle, you'll find that we need to have a project called TROL. Here we're talking about the resources that are available to us, taking into consideration the risks, also the quality that we want to achieve, and then the scope in terms of how far do we go. And then this goes with our planning processes, as well as our project deliveries, which both will lead to change requirements, as well as the business venue that we bring into government. And then we then have two legs. That is the one in terms of stakeholder management, and then the other one is stakeholder engagement. So these are two different processes. Like when we're talking the stakeholder management, we need to know who and where our stakeholders are. But in terms of engagement, it's a process or a situation whereby we actually do go to our stakeholders. So this talks also to relationships and influence, because other people are not easily influenced in terms of engaging them. And then the stakeholder management will talk to processes, and then also the organization. I already spoke to processes in terms of us getting to know who our stakeholders are, getting our databases in check. So in terms of the stakeholders that we target as government, or yes, from the department, then also expanding to government, would normally in any given engagement would like to see at least 55% of women's organizations, 5% of men's organizations, 20% of youth organizations, 20% of disabled organizations. So we all know that these issues are cross-cutting. For example, you can have a disabled organizations which are mainly consisting of women. So these kind of issues are cross-cutting. So what is our approach? Our approach with key stakeholders is with key stakeholders across various sectors in support of common goals to address women, youth, and disabled persons, human rights, and to outline the range of government interventions in addressing community issues. And then we are also following the district development model in finding partners who are mission aligned and have a common core values, which is an important first step to identify the right collaborations or the right collaborators for any project or program in development of people to their fullest potential. There's also the identification of co-funding and growing community partnerships around, including sponsorships, in-kind partners, non-profit organizations, art groups, tech innovators, scientific leaders, and forward-thinking speakers managing an annual budgets of over a period of time. We know that hosting or convening a stakeholder engagements is resource based. We need to have monies. We need to have other things like your venues. Sometimes you need to have things like your marquees, which are costing money. So sometimes, yes, we need partnerships as government. We need partnerships with the community. We need partnerships with business society and the likes, as well as development partners. So stakeholder management and evolution of meaningful partnerships. There's a growing recognition that, sorry for that, there's just a milestone coming through to my office. So there's stakeholder management and evolution of meaningful participation. There's a growing recognition that good ethics can have positive socioeconomic development impact on the performance of government. So many statistics support the premise that ethics, values, integrity, and responsibility are required in modern workplace. For consumer groups and society at large, research has shown that good ethics is a good development and is good for development and business. So that's why we try to also consult with our stakeholders, so that whatever that we're doing is not found to be unethical, because otherwise we'll be trying to bring good to the community, but doing it in an unethical manner, which cannot be acceptable. So in terms of the implementation plan, well, from our side or from government side, we're talking about the conceptualization of what works for the majority of people, or the coverage and reach. We're talking about media space and airtime. We're talking about billboards with messaging in all metros and districts. We're talking about local media that is to cover print and electronic radio stations. And then in terms of the implementation plan itself, the first step is to have, from a national perspective, have consultations with government department, also have consultations with various stakeholders which are operative or operating at a national level. And then the third step will be to have a provincial government departments leading or led by the offices of the premiers. As you know, that in every office of the premier, we have the Office of the Status of Women, or SWs. And then this should host not necessarily Women's Month events, as I corrected in another slide, but the key national dates are stakeholder consultations, and then they will get the concept document from us. Then they will share the program of activities, and then the host here, as I said, will be the Office of the Premier. The fourth step will be local government departments led by the offices of the Speaker. Then they should hold the district stakeholder consultations on the concept document, and the host here will be the Office of the Speaker. And that's all, Program Director. Thank you very much for the opportunity afforded. Thank you.
Right on time. I was standing up, Lebogang.
I was timing myself.
Thank you so much. Please note, colleagues, that we're going to have a discussion. So note your questions like we did yesterday. When we have a discussion, then you have an opportunity. For those who will be, I know, Lebogang, you've got an engagement after this. If you have any questions, we'll type them on the chat. And if you get time, please do look into it and answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now off to our next speaker, Sis Nomvula Magotlo. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. the Chief Director at the Department of Small Business Development. Now it's time to know what are the opportunities that we have SMMEs in the government space. Sis Nomvula, are you online?
Yes, I am online, Sisi. Thank you very much. I have forwarded my presentation. I'm not sure, Sis Tandi, did you receive my presentation?
Zakhele, do you have it? No, Sis Nomvula, if you can forward. Oh, we have it. We have it.
Do you have it?
Oh, no, it's not there. It's not there. Please forward it again.
Zakhele, what is Zakhele's address?
No, forward it to Tandi.
To Tandi.
We have access to both accounts.
Or to Tandi and Zakhele?
Yes.
I'm sorry about this.
No problem.
I thought Sis Tandi received it.
No, technology is not working with us these days. So don't worry. We will receive it now. In
the meantime, sis, perhaps we can engage with the presentation Lebohang, because I heard that he's having other engagement while I'm sorting out this one.
I think he has already exited. Yeah, but it's fine. We will have a way of getting him back to answer any questions that might come from his presentation. While we are putting up the presentation, Sis Nomvula, I just want to alert the next speakers from NEMISA to get ready. Ms. Pumza, Antoinette, and Sipokas. So if you colleagues can also get ready after Sis Nomvula, it will be hearing from your presentation. Zakhele, just indicate when you receive the presentation and you project it on the screen, and then we can tell Sis Nomvula to start. Sis Nomvula, have you sent it?
Yeah. Which one is Zakhele?
And it's sitting on your sent items folder. Please check. No, he hasn't received it. Can't you share your screen rather? Because we can actually see if you share your screen, like how Lebohang presented. Sis Nomvula. Sis Nomvula, we are not receiving your presentation. So can you please share your screen? Zakhele, can you go back to where she is and flag her?
Can you hear me, Sisi? Can you hear me?
Yes, I now hear you. You were on mute. I'm saying we are not receiving your presentation. Can you kindly share your screen and present from your side?
Okay, let me try. You know, we have a load shedding, so I'm really struggling from my side.
Maybe that.
I'm in Gauteng, you know.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Just go to that arrow pointing up next to you.
Yeah, I know.
And we'll see if we can see your screen.
Because I'm trying both. I'm trying to share, but I'm also trying to send here. Zakhele, please also indicate if you are winning on that side.
We will indicate. Apologies, colleagues. ESCOM is not working with us. So let's just bear with Nomvula while she's trying to present. We're trying to get the presenters from Johannesburg to present now before they get load shedded all of them because today it's quite hectic.
Yeah, I'm trying from my side. Zakele, are you by any chance winning when Angapo?
Hi, sis. Oh, we have your presentation.
Nitoli?
Yeah, start to go to man.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Let's move on. Yeah, let's.
Imanga losis nomvula funeka si project.
Asenze njalo ke sisi. Oh, that's good. Thanks.
Zakele? Yeah, just refresh. It's coming. Yeah, we are projecting it now, Sis Nomvula.
So I apologize for this. You
No,
are supposed to have received it.
Not fault at all. But can you then
in the meantime, let me start to speak. I am speaking on behalf of the Department of Small Business Development. My name is Nomvula Makhotlo, as it was indicated. I'm responsible for the mainstreaming of designated groups. There is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Next slide, Zakele. Yes, I'm talking on this day, and oh, by the way, Happy International Women's Month, and we are meeting today at the tail end of the day, which was held on the 8th of March by women across the world. And by the way, why this day? Why Women's Day? Why International Women's Day? The purpose really was to celebrate the achievements of women, to raise awareness against biasness, to take action for equality between men and women, and to challenge the stereotypes, assumptions, and discrimination, to increase positive visibility of women. But really, relevant to this to this gathering today is to elevate and advance the gender parity in technology and to celebrate the women's innovation. Next slide, sir. Yes, I want us to come closer to the theme of the Women's Month 2020. The context, the theme for this month, for this year, is gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow. This theme really, fellow participants, it resonates well with the SDGs. Which is sustainable development goals, which really resonates closely and directly to SDG 5, which is achieving equality, gender equality and empowerment for all women and girls. Because as we know, women are disproportionately impacted by the disasters, and we all know that when you talk sustainability, really my mind really goes to the disasters. We are talking the climate change. We are talking disasters as a result of the COVID-19, which we are still recovering from. But we're also talking about disasters, man-made disasters, as a result of the war. We are now in the the middle of the war in Ukraine, the occupation of Russia in Ukraine, which impacts so much on women and young people. I think we all know we can all see these things on media. So women really are the face of all those things, poverty, you know, climate change and so on. So now the prior this event, a program director, is also taking place at the backdrop of the United Nations Commission for the Status of Women, number 66, which is called the UNCSW. This year we will be observing the 66th CSW, which will be held from Monday the 14th to the 25th of March. And the priority theme for this year is achieving gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction. The CSW has two themes. We have a priority theme. We have a review theme. A review theme for this year is women economic empowerment in the context of the changing world of work. Next slide. I'm raising these themes because they are talking to what we are gathering here about. And I'm also raising these themes because they are driving me to what I want to present to you as what the DSB, the Department of Small Business Development, can provide to you as either innovators or the potential innovators who have been brought together by this department. And in terms of the context, we are all aware that, like I've indicated, that women are disproportionately impacted by disasters. But however, we know that women are more in terms of innovators. And innovators, my fellow participants, we are not talking about those that are celebrated, those who are sitting in the big laboratories in the world. We also have women who are in our communities, women who are in the rural areas, who on daily basis are putting together things that are used to bring up solutions, you know, appropriate things that we call appropriate technologies in our communities. So we are saying that the COVID-19 has exposed us, has exposed the realities, the inequalities that shows us that women are actually at the tail end of development, and therefore they have indicated that governments and societies need to up their game in terms of empowering women. There's also the COVID-19 has also exposed the high need of e-communication and e-commerce, which also heightens the need for innovation and technology. It has also widened the impact of the gender pay gap. But however, it has also indicated that you know, the disasters have exposed the impact of food insecurity with COVID. We have seen people being locked down in their homes, not being able to move around. If you don't have money, if you are impacted by poverty, you wouldn't be able to move around, to go to the shops. And that is where the issues of the apps, the issues of the e-deliveries came into play. And that is where the issue of innovation came into play. The issue of the teenage pregnancy, high teenage pregnancy, we saw it coming into play. I'm bringing these things because I want to draw your attention to the need for innovation and creativity and technology amongst yourselves, which I know that as a collective, you do have that capability amongst yourselves. We also seen the high prevalence of GBVF, and the within the context of South Africa, the backlog in the DNA tests within the forensic lab, that talks to the issue of the challenges within our innovation space and technology. And it talks to us because it impacts of us. We are as women, we are the victims of rape. It says, what is it that we are doing in terms of advancing technology? You can give me the next slide, sir. Next slide, Puti. So what is it that DSBD can give you? Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Who are we? We are Ministry of a Small Business. This is our Minister, Deputy Minister, our DG, for those who are not aware of our leadership. Next slide. And we have two agencies, Program Director. I know you have multiple agencies or entities. We have only two, that's SEDA and CIFA. SEDA is responsible for non-financial support. We have CIFA that is responsible for financial support. Next slide. The following are the non-financial support programs that we can provide. We have a digital strategy which we are working on it in partnership with this host department. We also have localization program, which a program we are assisting SMMEs to commercialize their innovations, or to also assist yourselves if you have designed a product. Like, for instance, let me give you an example, like SMMEs that have SMMEs or cooperatives that have designed sanitary pads. We are working with them in partnership with SABS to sort of standardize their products. And most of them, I think we have about 3 or 4 of them whom we have supported, whose products are already sold at Clicks. Some are sold at some of the discams in the country. We have Lindiwe Pets. We have quite a few of them that we have supported to repackage and package themselves. However, I need to indicate to yourselves in this meeting that you still have an opportunity, because so far in the country, we are not producing any sanitary pads because we still have a challenge of machinery. We don't have machinery. That is where you are coming in terms of designing machinery, putting together some of the technology that can assist us as a country. And as a result, most of the people who are producing pads, in fact, they are not even producing. They are repackaging pads which are still procured from suppliers that are coming from either China or any other Western countries. So there is still a very big gap here that you can take advantage of. But as a department, those who are repackaging, those who are trying to put together their own smaller pets, we are working with them together with SABS to see their products on the shelves of big retails. This is the program that we are running as Department of Small Business Development. We also have a SEMP, Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program, which is partly is a technical support, partly is a financial program, which is managed by SEDA and CIFA on financial aspect. It's also for manufacturing. Some people who are manufacturing furniture and so on, they are supported through this program. We have She Trades, a platform. It's a platform whereby women who are either producing or selling their services can register on this platform, whereby they can sell their products or services internationally or to the global or regional markets. We are assisting them to be trade ready and to have their products to be trade ready. So through SEDA, we have a program we can take you through. You can go on SEDA website, or you can even contact our offices. The details you'll see at the end of this presentation. It's a non-financial support program. We have incubation hubs and digital hubs. Some of them are linked to the TVET colleges, where you can go to as an SMME or as cooperatives, so that you can be able to improve your entrepreneurial skills or improve your products. Some of you who are interested in establishing, developing an incubation, SEDA has a program. They have they have times where they invite SMMEs who are interested in establishing incubations. They can take you through. You can apply and open your own incubation. Now, currently in the country, we are talking about incubations for cannabis. You can talk about incubation for clothing and textile and so on. This morning I was looking at the website. They were talking about digital fashion. You know, you can have an incubation for digital fashion, where you can train and develop some of the entrepreneurs on fashion or digital fashion and so on. We also have programs whereby we are partnering with other departments or with other private sector companies. We have startup nations whereby we are working with international countries, assisting startup companies to build and develop themselves up to being established companies. Next slide, my brother. These are all non-financial support. This is a financial support. Is for the youth. It's called a youth challenge. It was launched by our minister in November. It's whereby we are supporting youth startups. It's a blended finance. It's a program that can assist either a startup or an existing youth company that wants to scale up their operation. It's especially within the technology and innovation space. whereby SEDA will assist you to put together your application, which support is called pre-investment support. It will take you through application process and hand you over to SIFA, which will support you with a blended finance of an interest of up to 5%. And after you have been funded, SEDA will come back to you and give you the post-investment support up to where you are able to repay the loan part of the blended finance, and even link you up with a potential market within the domestic and international space for the young people, in terms of how the country has classified young people. Next slide. We also have Amavulindlela funding scheme. This is a scheme that is dedicated for entrepreneurs with disabilities. That enterprise should have at least 50% plus one ownership and management by persons with disabilities. And my fellow participants, I need to indicate that as a department, as an entity that is a SIFA, we are not too happy with how this scheme is moving, because the uptake is a bit low. So we are actually reviewing how the scheme is packaged, because we are not sure why is the uptake so low. We are actually working with Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities so that we can repackage it, look at why is it not doing well, and amend it. Perhaps there are things that we did not do properly that are contributing to the less uptake and to make the scheme to be less appealing to the entrepreneurs with disabilities. But also, as SIFA, we have appointed a colleague who is specifically looking at managing this incentive scheme. It's also a blended finance. Next slide, my brother. Like I've indicated, it's a blended finance. It's a credit facility that is ranging from 50,000 rand up to 15 million rand at the prime less than 5% per annum, the interest rates. And SIFA will take you through the packaging, the application. You will have a full support in terms of how you are applying. You will have support up to 2 years support after you have taken up the program. Next scheme. Next slide. We also have the TEF, which is a scheme within the tourism space. We are working with a department, National Department of Tourism. I think those of you who are in the tourism space, you would understand that this is a scheme whereby we had it was in the public space, whereby some interest groups took the Department of Tourism to court because they felt that this has a potential to be unconstitutional, because this is a purely transformational scheme which is aimed at ensuring that it's advancing the equitable opportunities, especially for historically disadvantaged people, that is the youth, women and persons with disabilities. But the Ministry of Tourism did win win in terms of the Constitutional Court. It is a program which is supporting the historically disadvantaged up to a value of 10 million rand per applicant. And so far, it is doing fairly well. I'm not sure how many of you are in the tourism space, but it can also assist in putting together some technological aspects within the tourism space, you know, gadgets which are enabling bookings and so on. We all know that with COVID, we have seen that people can't do the physical booking. Everything is pure digital. So this scheme is the one that can be accessed, especially by women, youth, and persons with disabilities who are owning and running their tourism facilities. Next scheme, next slide. We also have the National Women Empowerment Fund that is run by NEF. It's ranges from between 250,000 rand to 75 million rand. Across, it supports women entrepreneurs across all industry sectors for startups, expansion, up to acquisition of equity. This actually, my fellow participants, are support schemes that are within other entities, within other SOEs, or even in the private sector. Like, for instance, we also have a Old Mutual Masizane Fund, which has supported many women-owned businesses, especially in the rural areas. The cooperatives, some of them have acquired farms, some of them have actually participated in supplying abo checkers and with supplying them with a fresh produce, but also some of them have developed apps for their establishments. So you can take advantage of some of these funds. I've taken advantage of giving you information from other entities. I didn't only confine ourselves to DSBD, because I thought this is really an opportunity for us to give you information which is broader than just DSBD, because I'm speaking to women, and most of you, I know that these opportunities are very limited, program director, and I hope you'll bear with me. You'll give me an extra 2 minutes, because I went far beyond DSBD mandate. Next slide. Yes, I think I'm almost done, Sisi. I'm almost done, and I'm here at almost the recommendations. My recommendations is that I would really urge all of us as participants within the ecosystem. You can go to the last slide. Participants within the ecosystem to really work close together in terms of coming up with especially funding mechanisms which are really accessible to women innovators. But also I would really urge departments such as the Department of Communications to, if possible, put together hackathons which are mainly women-driven, but also encourage visibility of leaders women leaders in technology, so that we can encourage and empower women who are potential innovators. We have young women in STEM, young women who are in STEM, but who do not know exactly what is it that they want to take as careers when they grow up. And we have young women who really suspect that there might be a future in technology and innovation. But if they see the role models, they would really be encouraged. But I also want to say, a program director, that we have very limited support in terms of funding and so on, and commercialization of ideas. But we really have to work together, especially with the technology hubs, to really put together funding mechanisms that can empower especially women innovators in the country. And with climate change, there is a very great need for us to support innovators, and for women, because they are the face of poverty. They really understand the necessity of coming up with innovative technology that can build the economy of this country, and that can produce food that can supply the world, and that can supply our country. And with those words, Chairperson and Program Director, I wish really to appreciate this opportunity and wish all the participants on this platform good luck, and say Happy International Women's Day. And I'm saying, please keep your heads high up and never ever underestimate the power that you are sitting with. The world is in your hands, and you are very much capable. Never ever listen to the sounds and the words that are saying you are not capable. You have what it takes. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. Thank you, Sis Nomvula. I can hear myself again. Sis Nomvula, please mute. No.
Am I mute? I'm not mute from my side.
You are mute now, Sis Nomvula. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I couldn't stop her. I think that was very informative. It's information we needed to hear. So I hope you have lots and lots of questions for her. Here are opportunities for women. This is what the Department of Small Business is doing. Let's use those opportunities. Let's grab them. There's a gap. She highlighted a lot of gaps. So please, let's try and close those gaps. Let's occupy this space. Thank you so much, Sis Nomvula. When it comes to discussions, I'm sure you will have lots and lots of questions. I know I would have if I was women sitting here and listening on this platform. Now we're going to have a presentation by Nemisa. I've got 3 colleagues. It's Phumza Ntshebe, Sun and Shield, 84 Technologies, Miss Antoinette Young from NMU, Siphokazi Simandla from Bolunga Systems and E-Waste. So colleagues, I'm not sure how your presentation is structured, but I will start with Phumza and then Antoinette and then Siphokazi in sequence. So when Phumza is done, Antoinette, just take over and Siphokazi follow. I won't come in and say, Siphokazi, you can go in, Antoinette, you can go in. So we'll start with Phumza and then Antoinette and Siphokazi. Unless you have one presenter for all, please guide me.
Hi, sorry, this is Antoinette. So what we're going to do is I'll do a little introduction about NAMISA, and then Pumza will go after me, and then Sibukazi will be last.
Perfect, Antoinette. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, morning. My name is Antoinette Young, and I'm responsible for managing the NAMISA digital learning platforms. NAMISA trains thousands of students in digital literacy and emerging technologies annually. And as we heard yesterday, everybody should be encouraged to take an online course and to complete one. NAMISA is happy to help you with this. You can visit our website, www.namisa.co.za, for more information and for links to applications to join our learning programs. Another program that we run, and is very close to, obviously, at my heart, and my colleagues that work with me on the project, Victoria Tau, is The Future is Digital. It's a series of webinars that we run by women and for women. And in these webinars, we discuss technology in various fields. We run a webinar a month, and each month we focus on a different field and how technology is changing and influencing this field. So we had one in the beginning on technology in education. We've had a second one on technology in health. And this month we were going to do technology and women, specifically technology and women and gender equality within the technology space. And so for that reason, we decided to join with DCDT for this project. And so the two ladies that are going to talk for us would have been participants to our webinar. This webinar is also run in conjunction with Nelson Mandela University, where we work with Dr. Bakawa Ngoko and Amanda Jagers. And we're very proud of this. And if you're interested in joining any of our future webinars, you can have a look on the NAMISA website again. And we would be happy to have as many of you as possible join our next webinar. So without any further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, who's Pumza. Pumza is from Nelson Mandela Bay Science and Technology Center. Thank you, Pumza.
Thank you so much. Let me just share my presentation quickly. Okay. Please confirm that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone in attendance. As the Nelson Mandela Bay Science and Technology Center, we are honored to present on this platform. So this presentation will take a look at the Science Center and some of the programs that we have, with the focus obviously on programs aimed at our female audience. So just a bit of background on who the Science Center is. We were officially opened in 2013 through a partnership between the UDDI and the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality. Our mandate is to be a dynamic institution that provides access to innovation, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, which we refer to as iSTEAM, through focused programs. So our programs, through these programs, we aim to increase the number of people, including our learners, educators, and members of the community. We aim to help them succeed in iSTEAM. So we endeavor to improve the Human Development Index, the pass rate in iSTEAM, as well as the number of learners who enroll for these subjects at institutions of higher learning. So as a center, we've got 5 strategic goals. Firstly, it's to expose learners to careers in iSTEM, to identify and nurture poorly resourced schools in the region, to be a center where the community, both adults and children alike, are able to explore, experience, learn about STEAM in an interactive way. We also aim to provide educational support to educators and learners, and also to promote and nurture innovation. So our areas of focus is primarily your schools, learners, and educators, especially your quintile 1 to 3 schools, which are your under-resourced schools. And we also focus on families and the general public, as well as industry and institutions of higher learning. So just to put in context where the Science Center is, We are based in Kariga, formerly known as Uitenhage in the Eastern Cape. And our facility is roughly 3,800 square meters in floor size. And we've got an exhibition hall which is divided into themed zones. We've got your automotive zone, energy and electricity, games, momentum, life sciences, light and optics, construction, sound. And then we've just recently introduced another zone known as the artificial intelligence zone. And this was primarily to meet the objectives and the trends related to the digital space and basically the fourth industrial revolution at large. So we've got more than 100 exhibits which explain science in a simple and exciting way. And also we also have other aspects to our facility, which is our auditorium, labs, classroom, resource centers, and all of these facilities allow us to deliver programs to our immediate community and schools. So just looking at our programs, we've got our in-house programs, which cover your robotics, your science clubs, your virtual reality programs, coding, coding month, as well as your holiday programs. And then we also have annual events that we participate in, which is your National Science Festival, SciFest Africa, your expo, camps, National Science Week, and then coupled with that, we also have outreach programs, which are your grade 12 revision programs where we support schools when it comes to the grade 12s. And then we also have curriculum aligned practicals, which are used to demonstrate the practical aspect at schools in line with the curriculum when it comes to the theory that the learners are taught at school. And then we also host career support programs, which would be your career summits, job shadow programs, as well as university open days. All right, so just to take a look at one of our programs that are orientated towards the female learners. We've got a Take a Girl Child to Work Day. This program was started in 2017. And basically for this program, we send a call out to the schools, particularly for the schools that are the quintile 1 to 3 schools. We pair the learners for a day with a professional in that working environment. And we try by all means to secure partnerships, especially in areas where females are a minority. The learners will then spend the day at that organization, learning about its programs and as well as its career opportunities. We also have industrial visits where we organize with especially our motor companies in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropole area. And we organize for the girl learners to go for an industrial visit at these plants. And as you can see here in this slide, last year we organized an industrial visit which coincided with Women's Month, where 20 learners were afforded an opportunity to go to the Ford plant, and they were able to see how the Ford Ranger engine is assembled. So with these programs, we obviously hope to inspire the learners to take up the careers in STEMI. We also have a cosmetics formulation program where unemployed women are being trained on how to formulate cosmetics. When COVID happened in 2020, we were able to train about 20 women on how to produce sanitizers. They were able to manufacture up to 1,000 sanitizers, which were distributed to our local community and to schools. What we're planning to do this year as well is to launch this program again and to train women on how to make other cosmetic products, such as your hand creams, your makeups, and so forth. And this year we are hoping to present this program in a hybrid fashion, where some people will be able to attend online and others will be here at the Science Center. Another program that we have is coding, primarily your app coding, your first Lego robotics coding, as well as other STEMI related coding that we have at the center. And we are hoping to launch another program later on this year, tailored specifically for female learners, in order to align them, especially as I mentioned, with the fourth industrial revolution and some of the key career opportunities that are coming up in the ICT field. Right. So last year we also introduced a program on artificial intelligence where our participants were taught on machine learning and the Internet of Things, and just in general the terminology and some of the advancements being made in the artificial intelligence platform, as well as a makerspace program. So for these programs, we would like to introduce more females to be able to be trained in skills such as 3D printing and laser cutting, and those types of skills that are rare, where you'll find women are rare in the industry. So with that being said, as you can see, the NMBSTC is still making strides in closing the gap for female access to all spheres of industry and workplace, especially in the STEMI fields. And we are open to suggestions and partnerships in order to implement programs and implement more programs actually centered around women. So that is my last slide. Thank you so much. Those are our contact details should anyone like to get in touch with us. Thank you.
Program Director, this is Victoria. Sipokazi is load shedding at the moment, so she's struggling to connect. So maybe we can move to the next speaker or take questions for Upumza. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, that was also very informative. Opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. It's time we become visible. We must be seen as women. Let's hope Sipokazi will be able to join. Even if it's later in the day, it will be very interesting to hear from her presentation. I have a request with the presenters that projected their screens. If you can please share your presentations. I've shared the email addresses on the chat, Zakele's email address and Sistandi. If you can share those, because there are people who are requesting the presentations. So please, if you can share so that they can compile and be able to share with all the participants and those who will request to have the presentations. There's too much information, so one can't take notes for everything. It's better if you have some reference. Let me check if Sikolile is on the line from Commission for Gender Equality. Sikolile, are you on the line? Definitely not. She would have heard me by now. No. I'm just gonna do, by show of hands, our ICT stakeholders, just raise your hand on the computer there if you are on the line. Matapelo from SchoolNet. Mahlatse from Technical Trust. Pfizer from Siafunda. Miss Tasha Smith from... So no one is raising a hand. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, then that's good. Let me just go and check the hands, then I will let you present according to the hands. Matapelo, I will start with you if you can do your presentation. Matapelo is from SchoolNet. Also brace yourselves for information. Lots of it. Matapelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And thank you for the invitation. I think it's always beautiful to be invited to such events where Imbogodo sit and talk about the different opportunities that are available to them. And I must say that it's really a privilege. So what I've done is I have put together a presentation.
Well, not today.
And not today. So let me just go through the presentation quickly. So my name is Matapelo Tipe from SchoolNet South Africa. And like I said earlier, I'm really honored to be part of this great initiative. Let me share perhaps a bit about uSchoolNet. uSchoolNet is an NGO, and we focus mainly on ICT teacher training. So what we do is we help teachers integrate ICT into the classroom. So we're looking at the content that they are meant to be sharing, look at different pedagogies that they can use for teaching in the classroom, and see how they can use technology to provide the best teaching possible. However, over the years, it's come to our attention that, you know, the need is not just in school. There's so many other people that need digital skills. So we've ventured into sort of different projects where we do digital skills training. And basically, I think we do a lot of soft skills training as well. There's programs where we focus on women particularly, because I think women have been at the back seat for so long, and it's important that we try and play catch up. But I think more than just playing catch up, what's important for women is the issue of reconnecting with who we are and owning our space in the world at large. I think when you have been in the back seat for too long, then you sort of I'm Sutu, so Sutu re wa inyenyefatsa. So you seem to belittle yourself and the power that you have. I think the previous presenter was talking about how women can, you know, in whichever space you find yourself. It's important to always remember that you are capable of doing so much more than what the world tells you you can. The reason why I am sharing this information about uSchoolNet links very closely to how we need to view ourselves. So our mission is to act as a catalyst for positive change. This is now SchoolNet's mission, right? So it's a catalyst for positive change in the education space and to improve opportunity for knowledge and creation through digital learning, which is exactly what I've just explained in a bit more detail. And some of our vision statements are to create communities of long life learners, and this speaks to the additional work that we do over and above the school, the work that we do with teachers in schools, right? And the second thing is to sustainably enhance teaching and learning, obviously using different pedagogies, and I think I touched on that when I started. We also are to shift the culture around knowledge acquisition and knowledge creation. I think everybody in this room is well aware that there's so much knowledge that's available. I think Usipokazi keeps on saying there's so much the information that's given to you. And that's the wealth of information that's available to us freely, and it is at our disposal. So this means that we are no longer limited by not having a sort of a degree as a paper or some form of qualification. But with whatever resources you have access to, you are able to sort of move yourself from whatever environment to try and reach greater heights. So it's sharing these resources in our social media platforms, sharing additional resources with the people that we are in touch with, so that we don't sit in positions where we see ourselves as disadvantaged any longer, right? The other thing is we provide inclusive opportunities to reduce the digital divide and improve digital skills for the world of the work that we're doing currently with Schoolnet. I can't get over the amount of information that has been shared with everyone. So I'm not going to speak a lot about a lot of projects that we are involved in. However, I feel like I'm speaking to pregnant women who are about to give birth, because there's so many opportunities, and I think it's how you view the opportunities that you are exposed to that is key moving on from here. Now, if you see the mission statement that I've just shared, that obviously belongs to Schoolnet, and the vision that Schoolnet has. If you look at the picture that's currently on screen, and you look at the cars that are moving, or the road, if you look through the glasses, right, the road seems much clearer as opposed to not looking through the glasses. So what I'm trying to say is the reason why businesses that are big and are actually thriving out there, it's only because they thrive because their focus is on one space, and they know exactly where they're driving towards. Now, having said that, it's also important to realize that things don't always happen as you've planned, but it's very important to have a clear vision and a clear mission for yourself, so that you don't derail even when a lot of things are happening around you, right? So this closely relates to all the information that you have. What happens after you've received everything that we're sharing with you is quite key moving forward. I spoke about businesses that thrive and businesses that are quite successful in moving forward. It's important to note that when you look at the point here, right at the top, it indicates that as a human, or rather, let me go back to the business idea. What we see about businesses or from business is only 50% of what they are really made of, right? And a big 85% here is what happens behind the scenes. And in a business space, what happens behind the scene is there's a lot of strategizing that happens that we don't know about as a general person. Where now what you're receiving, for instance, I'll make an example with McDonald's. What you're seeing is the meal that they're providing. But there's a whole lot of things that are happening at the back end that at the end of the day make McDonald's what it is and how you receive it and how you perceive it, right? It's the very same thing with yourself as an individual. How people view you, or what you let people see, particularly on social media, right, is only a mere 15%, a small fraction of really who you are as an individual. So there's a great deal of things that are happening behind the scenes. And I'm going to implore and request that moving forward, we try our very best to try and beef up what happens behind the scene. What do I mean by that? The sessions or the spaces that you find yourselves in need to speak to what you want people to see, right? For instance, you spending time or dedicating a full 2 days where you sit and listen to all these various speakers, you are entrenching a lot of information, right? And you are bathing yourself in this information. But how you use it, how you utilize it. So all the content that you observe, all the things that you watch, all the presentations that you are part of, it's important that you find yourself constantly in spaces that will make you blossom and become the person that you envision yourself to become. And now I'm giving you the secret to how to become a success over and above just being a woman, right? It's enough that you are a woman, But the world requires of us to be very strong especially when you come to becoming professionals or becoming greater people, business people that we want to see ourselves in. There's a great deal of work that we need to be doing behind the scenes so that the content that we produce, right? There's a saying that says what you put in is exactly what you get out. The 15% view that you may want people to see or reflect at the end of the day, be it on social media, be it in person, needs to reflect exactly the content that goes inside yourself. And obviously the space in which you will operate here is when we meet you as a human being. When people see or meet uMathapelo, what are they seeing? The conversations that I hold with people, what type of conversations am I having? Also on social media, when I'm on social media, what content am I putting out there? Is the content enriching the next person? Who am I following? Are those people who I'm following enriching me so that I enrich my friends as well in the spaces that I find myself in? So that speaks to personal branding. Personal branding is just as important as the branding that we see for big organizations. What it also does is it helps you, especially when you are in a cyberspace, create a very safe environment for you that makes social media an instrument that equips you for the world at large, rather than just a space where you hold all sorts of things that are not beneficial to yourself. Now, uSchoolNet is involved in quite a number of projects, and today I'm just going to touch briefly on two main projects that could benefit you as a person. And I think the spaces in which you find these programs or how to participate will be on our website and our social media platforms. We'll also share the presentations where you can find the link to register for some of these programs. The first one is uSchoolNet, in partnership with the Commonwealth of Learning, is involved in a project that we call C-Delta. And that program is basically an online course that you apply for, and it takes you through programs that speak to digital identities, creating a good digital identity for yourself. Why is this important? Because we all know how social media can be unkind to us, or how the digital space can be unkind to us. So through this course, we take you through the process of how do you build this good digital footprint so that it works for you even as you seek employment or even as you start your business. Because whether we like it or not, reality is organizations that are looking to employ people, they now rely to a certain degree on social media to find out who this person is. Long gone are the days where a CV is good enough. People are trying to find out, are you on LinkedIn? What are you doing on LinkedIn? And also, all that information speaks to whether or not you find yourself the funding that you're looking for, or whether or not you get the job that you're looking to be placed in. C-Delta, so in essence, it gives you a whole lot of skills on becoming a leader for yourself and the space that you find yourself moving forward. The other thing that the other, I guess, module that I like in the course speaks to OERs. I think there's a lot of content that's being pushed out there on social media spaces, but often we just copy and paste, and we are not sure if it's intellectual property that we're posting. And more or less over time, we find people getting in trouble for using people's possibly pictures, possibly paragraphs in their personal spaces. So you learn about intellectual properties and how you can get free resources online that just need you to say, reference, this was built by Mathapelo. This is a picture that was built by Mathapelo, but I'm referencing to it because it's in line with what I'm trying to achieve. So you learn all those skills through the course that we offer on that's called C-Delta. The other one is the program that I'm heavily engaged in currently, and it speaks to Google. It's a program called Google Digital Skills for Africa. And basically what's happening there is that Google has seen that, there's support from all over the world. When you're looking for something or you want to know something, everybody just says Google it, because it's the place where we search for things currently. So now they've seen that with the support, the overwhelming support that they're getting from South Africa, they've built this beautiful program where they upskilling South Africans with particularly digital skills. Now, in the Digital Skills for Africa program that's currently running, you're not limited to just digital skills. There's a whole lot of marketing programs that are loaded there. There's a whole lot of sort of soft skills programs that you can find on the platform. But what we're currently busy with for the month of March, we've got this Google Hustle Academy that focuses on women for the month of March. And what the program seeks to address in that program. So it's a week-long boot camp, and what happens in the boot camp is we women with small businesses who would like to start small businesses, who are part of small businesses already, and who are looking to actually grow their businesses, register for this program. And there's an intake. So every second week, we have a boot camp going on. And this program is going to run for the entire year. But for the month of March, we're focusing particularly on women. And what we look at is we look at how to position your business for success. And we look at using some of the available tools that are provided by Google on where they share some marketing materials, some marketing tools, how to create a profile that is foundable. We know when you Google, there's so many things that are out there, but when you are in South Africa, how do I make sure that when people look for my business, they can easily find it, particularly on Google? So they equip you with all these tools that are used behind the scenes. And I guess ordinary people don't know about, but there's ways in which you can position yourself as a small business so that you are foundable and you are more seen and more visible as a business. So the program seems to address exactly that. But obviously, it's an environment where there's a whole lot of beautiful young women who have started their own businesses, who are thriving, and they are sharing their experiences on how they got there. So literally for a week, you're being handheld, and you take part in this opportunity. And as part of that, there's successful business people that actually share motivations, I think, for once a week. And in the program, you also get the opportunity to have a mentor who actually runs a business, and then they look at the documentation that you've created throughout the week-long boot camp, and they see how they can help you re-strategize, reorganize your business so that moving forward, when you apply for funding, when you are seeking for better opportunities, your documents speak to an international audience, and you are able to grow not just in South Africa but on an international scale. So those are the two main programs that Schoolnet is heavily engrossed in currently, and programs that we really like to offer to women who are part of this international women's dialogue. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful initiative. And I also believe that women can. It's just a matter of repositioning yourself, rethinking about what you want to achieve, setting a clear vision of where you want to go, and making sure that you use whatever resources to uplift you and get yourself out there, because the world is full of so many opportunities, but we're being trampled on by obviously all sorts of people and all sorts of stigmas around women not being strong enough, women not being capable. But this dialogue seeks to say to us all, We are capable. It's just how we position ourselves and how we look at ourselves and how we prioritize what we need to see in ourselves that makes us a great success. Thank you so much, Siphokazi. Thank you once again for the team for inviting us as SchoolNet. We really always appreciate the opportunities that you share with us.
Thank you so much, Matapelo. Wow. Ladies, getting hot. We just need to do something. Miss Smith, your hand is up, so you are next on my list. Siyabonga, please check your emails. I've just dropped you an email and please respond. Thank you so much. Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, you can.
Okay, if you just give me a minute, thank you. Yeah, so just a little bit of background while I do that. I'm a strategy and personal guide at a company called Raise Corp. Raise Corp is
we lost you there a bit.
And
sorry, Miss Smith, we lost you.
Okay, just let's see. I think it's just while the presentation is coming up.
But now you
see the
so we can see your screen is trying to project something, but it's still blank.
Okay. Can you hear me talking?
Very much clear. So you can go ahead.
While I'm trying to there, you should be able to see it now.
Not yet. Oh, yes, there it comes.
Are you able to see it? Right. So the company I work for is called Raise Corp. We are a prosperator, which is similar to an incubator. And we support entrepreneurs in all industries, but I'm going to talk specifically today about the ICT industry because that's in particular focus to help them in growing their businesses. So they might have the ICT product or service or idea, but they're not sure how to grow their businesses. So Raise Corp is basically works on a sponsorship program where we get sponsors from corporates and we use those funds to assist the entrepreneurs in terms of their growing their business skills. So I've put some background. I'm not going to go through it, but because you're getting the presentations, you'll be able to read more about it. But Raise Corp's been around since the year 2000 and has had hundreds and hundreds, thousands of entrepreneurs to come through our programs. And we have hundreds at one point in time in all industries. Our programs work from either a 6-month program, a business program where you might have an idea but not have a business yet, and we help you work with that through a combination of learning, group learning and group sharing, and one-on-one, we call it guiding. It's similar to coaching or mentorship where you have one-on-one coach. And these guides are focused on different aspects of the business. So we'll have a strategy guide to help with your strategy, a finance guide to help you understand finance, and we have a sales and marketing guide that helps with your sales and marketing. And then a personal guide. And the personal guide is fairly unique because the personal guide, you can have the best business and the best idea, but you might not have the confidence to be able to sell yourself. So I'm a personal and strategy guide. So as a personal guide, I help people grow in confidence, grow in understanding their self-worth, their self-belief, in terms of growing the business. So it's a wonderful space to be in because you see people come on the program with hardly any confidence and belief and they just thrive. And at the end of it, they can confidently go and pitch or sell or present at any forum. So one of the main areas with SMEs, which you all might know, is why do most of SMEs fail? And the statistic here is that 96% of them fail within a 10 year period, and 50% of 50% within the first 2 years. So one of the main issues is around cash flow. You've got the right product or service, the right idea, but you don't have the cash to assist you. So this is where we also come in terms of helping you how to manage that, put you in touch with possible funding institutes. We've heard of some ones before in the past now in some of these talks, and it's a good place where we support the entrepreneur in all the ways that we can do that. So we've currently got, we call them prosperators in this map in different areas in this country where you physically can attend classes, but now with COVID, obviously most of us, we've gone online. We do still have physical presences if people want to come in, but we can now offer it throughout the country, and we even in Tanzania where we can offer these courses online. So you can be anywhere and be able to access this program. You don't physically have to now be near a place. So this is just some of the areas we're in. And then where we are currently working on, the thing is freezing, so I'm sorry about that, my slides. So these are just what some of the Raise Corp graduates would say. They don't tell you what to do. It's not a school where one size fits all. They ask you questions and make you think and make you go in the right direction. You don't come on this program to learn. You come on this program to grow. So that's we've been actually.
Sorry, Tisha. Colleagues, can you please mute? If you're not speaking, please mute. Sorry about that. You can proceed.
Thank you. So what we do is we help you grow your business. We don't tell you what to do. We're not a mentor. We are a guide. We know you know your business the best. We just help you with options and guide you in terms of growing your business. So in terms of that, what I've done on the presentation is I've put some links which you'll be able to get afterwards of when you go to our website where you can apply for different, you can be in any business, but I'm specifically, so there's a generic link for any business or aspiring business, and we've got different criteria. Most of the vast majority is 51% Black owned, but some are focused on women, some focus on your income stream, some focus on your industry. And that you'll be able to see the variety of programs there where you will be able to apply online. So yeah, I'm just encouraging you, there's huge opportunities here for you where you've got sponsorship opportunity, and if you're at that stage where you're now wanting to grow your business or grow your idea, this is obviously where Raise Corp comes in. So yeah, I think on that, the screen is freezing. This is technology. This is what happens when you do stuff online. But I have put the links at the end of the presentation, as well as my email. So if you want any more questions, you can ask about it. You can email me. I can assist you or put you in charge of the right people. And yeah, I'm hoping that some SME ICT entrepreneurs who are in the audience will be inspired to take their businesses to the next level, because that's what we love to do with you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tessia.
I don't know if there are any questions, but I don't think we've got time for questions. Yeah, these are some of the programs. So they're my details. They will be on the presentation, but if you want to take them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ms. Baba.
Good morning, everyone. Am I clear?
Very clear.
Okay, please allow me to share my screen. Apologies, I won't be able to switch on my video due to bandwidth. We're currently experiencing load shedding in the area.
No problem. You can share your screen.
Okay. So while I'm busy preparing my screen, I'll just like to introduce myself. My name is Fraser from Siafunda. I am the marketing and communication for the organization. So I deal with marketing and communicating with our different partners on our different programs that we have to offer as Siafunda Community Technology Center. And I play a variety of roles. So as women, we multitask. So this is something that I do. So happy International Women's Day to everyone that's joined on this call. The theme for this year is Gender Equality Today for Sustainable Tomorrow. So we will be looking at, as Siafunda today, we will be looking at the impact of digital tools on Kasi businesses. So I didn't want to say, I kept it to a level where we're talking Kasi today. We're not being formal. We are not using the formal language, but we are using an informal language that we use on a day-to-day basis. Right. So next up, so just to give you a background of who Siafunda is. So Siafunda Community Technology Center is a non-profit company that is based in Palm Ridge, Katlehong. Our main office is based in Palm Ridge, Katlehong, and it was established back in 2006 with the aim of empowering and bridging the digital divide that is presented to us in our different communities, be it in the rural or urban townships of South Africa. So our aim is to provide access to digital skills and technologies to support grassroots communities in rural and urban townships in South Africa. Then our next point is Siafunda provides information through our Community Knowledge Center. So as Siafunda, we've got a network of community partners that are based in different areas of South Africa, where we give people access to computers, the internet, and digital technologies to enable them to gather information. We are all studying online at the moment. Even back then, before studying online, you had to go to an internet cafe to do research, and Siafunda was nearby for you to go there, collect your research, print out, make copies, send information if you're looking for jobs. So that's who we are to our communities. So the number one benefit of information technology is that it empowers people to do whatever they want. You tell technology what to do and not technology tell you what to do, right? So Siafunda plays a key role in supporting schools to accelerate the adoption of computing and 4R skills programs to learners so that they experience the touch and feel. So as Siafunda, we are not about talking about what is 4R, but coming down to our communities, we ask people, what do you know about 4R? And they were like, I don't know, but it's something scary, or it's something that has to do with robots. But most of our communities, and this is the sad part, is most of them don't understand what is 4R. And Siafunda, we gave ourselves that responsibility that we are going to demystify, break down what is 4R, and give children that opportunity, and even our youth, the elderly, everyone in the community to understand that you as an individual can participate in the fourth industrial revolution. All you have to do is equip yourself with the relevant skills. So what does technology do? It enables people to be creative, to be productive, to become problem solvers, and also to think critically. So it allows you to think out of the box. Find if there's a problem, you always have a way to find a solution to your problem. So the current stats, women remain underrepresented in emerging technology. So these are some of the stats. Only 23% of tech jobs are held by women in South Africa out of 236,000 ICT roles. Women occupy 56,000 of them, according to the study by Women in Tech, South Africa. So the source of this was IT Web. Let's just go back a bit. Then we have women currently hold 19% of tech-related jobs at the top 10 global tech companies, relative to men who hold 81%. In leadership positions at these global giants, women make up only 28%, while men make up 72%. Then in South Africa, the proportion of females to males who graduate with STEM related, which is your science, technology, engineering, and mathematics degrees, is out of the killer. So women are underrepresented in maths and statistics, which is 4:5, and ICT in technology 2:5, as well as engineering, manufacturing, construction, that is 3:10. So according to the WEF statistics, as a result, there is a significant smaller pool of female STEM talent. So we would like to encourage all the females that are on this call today to try and participate in either science, technology, engineering, math, wherever you feel comfortable or wherever you see that your talent is there. I hope you get what I'm saying, right? So Siafunda's role in bridging the digital divide. So our journey as Siafunda, the different programs that we have run. So the first one would be the She Will Connect. So Siafunda played a pivotal role as one of the implementing partners in South Africa in training 5 million women and girls in digital literacy skills across Africa. So the participating countries in Africa were South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. So we've managed to train 5 million women across the 3 countries on digital literacy. So just your basic of how to use your computer, how to switch it on, how to type a document, your CV, create a presentation that looks similar to mine or even better. So that program entailed that. Then our second project that we are working on is the Facebook She Means Business. Facebook recently renamed themselves to Meta, so we have to adjust to the changes. So it's Meta She Means Business. So the She Means Business program is a space for entrepreneurial women to make valuable connections, share advice, and move forward together. So this program teaches women entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs on how to use your social media, such as your WhatsApp, your Facebook, and your Instagram, to grow their business. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic gave us a huge challenge to think very creatively for our businesses. So normally we would have a storefront where we operate, and due to COVID time, businesses could not operate. And this program said to them, you don't necessarily have to wait for your physical shop, but you can create your online shop and start promoting your products to people that you have on your social media accounts. So the goals of this program is to inspire, empower, and train female entrepreneurs across the country to build, grow, and start their own businesses. And it also helps build capacity of women-owned businesses and entrepreneurs on how they can leverage digital marketing tools to grow their businesses. Then lastly, empower women-owned businesses with knowledge, skills, and competencies on topics on businesses, business development, and financial management, amongst others. We do have other supporting programs together with the She Means Business. So the participants that we've trained from 2019 till date, be it virtual or face-to-face. So in 2019, when the program was launched, we've managed to train 6,000 women. And in 2020, we've managed to train 5,328 women-owned businesses virtually. And in 2021, we've managed to train 6,235 women-owned businesses, both virtually and face-to-face or in-center, based on the ease of the COVID-19 restrictions. So these are just some of the sessions that we've hosted virtually and physically. Then together with the She Means Business, we had the opportunity to train women-owned businesses on crisis management. We know it's very difficult for one to manage your finances, whether it's personal or in a business. So we brought this program to the women-owned businesses to say, this program can help you identify a risk and impacts that you have, analyze your financial conditions. As a business, you need to understand that the profits that you make are not for personal use, but for the business. The minute you start taking money for personal use, you are hurting the business. So you need to understand those. Then you also learn how to create strategies and plans. Then you also prepare a crisis budget. So whenever you're faced with a challenge, how do you work on your budget to say, I've got limited funds, how do I work with those funds to come up with a solution for my business? Then we also, in partnership with Africa Code Week and SAP, we have the Women Empowerment Virtual Workshops that took place in 2020. So just to take you a step back, in 2019, we had one of our ambassadors go to Morocco for a face-to-face women empowerment program, meeting other female teachers from other African countries to share their experience and empower each other as teachers. But with the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to transit the program, or Africa Code Week had to transit the program and accommodate the virtual world because we cannot travel to other countries due to COVID-19. So this program was delivered virtually, where we had different countries from Africa joining us, sharing their experience. It's a 7-week program, and you learn different soft skills from your leadership skills, storytelling, you name the skills that you learn from the workshop. I am actually an alumni of this program. Currently, we have some of our team members and our teachers who are participating in the program. So the theme for 2020 was African Women Leadership in Teaching, the Power of Community. Right, so we're going to, still with Africa Code Week. So this is just one of the programs that we are running with Africa Code Week. But the major one that we do with Africa Code Week is the Africa Code Week training, where we go into different communities in South Africa and train your school children, your youth, and some of your adults on how to code using the program Scratch. We do have a variety of coding programs that we do train based on the different ages. So that is one of the programs that Siafunda is also rolling out. Then last year, we hosted the She Gets Connected Bootcamp. So this was a 4-day bootcamp that was hosted in the Women's Month in August, where we trained young females on how to use a computer, connect devices, how to use the internet to search for information, as well as send an email and receive an email. Then we also focused on social media. So we did this through our Cisco Networking Academy, which is one of our major programs that we offer at Siafunda, more of your technical skills. It offers your IT essentials, so learning how to fix a computer if it's damaged. Remember, you've learned how to work on a computer. By mistake, you removed one key on the keyboard. We've got the Cisco Academy, where in the IT essentials, you learn how to fix that computer. And we've got various other programs in the Cisco Networking Academy. So the digital literacy is a key to success. We are all familiar with the 3 R's in education, which is the reading, the writing, and the arithmetic. So to survive in the 4R digital space, it is important that we include another R, which is the digital literacy. So according to Developing Employability, digital literacy is the ability to identify and use technology confidently, creatively, and critically to meet the demands and challenges of life, learning and working in a digital society. So in other words, it is having the skill you need to live, learn, and work in a society where communication and access to information occur more and more through digital technologies. Right, so requirements for you to be a digital citizen. So number 1, your information and digital literacy. So you need to understand why you're using the internet. So when you're browsing the information, you need to know, as a person, for you to become a digital citizen, you need to know the information you're searching for. Is it current? Who is it from? Is it relevant? And is it recent? So you need to check when was that information drafted or compiled. Then you also need to know how to manage your data information as well as your digital content. Then your communication and collaboration. So you know how to interact via your information communication tools. Then you also know how to share information. You know how to engage in citizenship via using your information communication tools. And you also know the communication etiquette. As people, we know that when we're having a conversation, we are not going to raise our voice or speak louder so that the next person in the next room can hear us, but you speak in a moderate voice that's clear. Same thing with being a digital citizen. You need to understand how to communicate with others online. There are talking manners. So, like you have table manners, you have your digital manners. Then you need to also know how to manage your digital identity. Then you've got your digital content creation. So where now you understand how to create your, how to learn to develop your digital content, integrating and re-elaborating your digital content, copyright and licenses. Then you also need to understand your programming. Then when it comes to safety, understanding how to protect your devices, your personal information, your health and well-being, as well as your environment. Then problem solving. As a digital citizen, you need to understand how to identify problems, how to solve problems, how to come up with digital solutions for those problems that you are faced with or that you might encounter with. Then what are digital tools? Digital tools are not only limited to the ones listed here. So for your meetings, you've got your Google Meet, your Zoom. So this is your Google Meet, then you've got your Zoom, and you've got your Microsoft Teams. So the Microsoft Teams is the one that we are currently using, where you engage, you are able to share content, run a meeting, share assessments, create assessments. And then we've got your Microsoft, so your Microsoft Office that allows you to type your documents, create your presentations. Then we also have the social media, the power of digital world. So most of us or some of us might not be on social media, but you do hear a friend saying, I saw this on Facebook, I saw this on Twitter, I saw this on a website. And most importantly, we have, for your small business owners or your entrepreneurs, we have the keyword research. So you've got different keyword research tools. Some of them are your SEMrush, which help you identify the perfect keywords that, not necessarily perfect, but the keywords that you can use to actually get your audience to come and search for your business. So for example, as Siafunda, we would be looking at the keywords such as your computer literacy, computer skills, words as those. Then we have, how can digital tools enhance your businesses? So number one, it lowers your operational costs. Number two, instant communication with staff, customers, or clients. So whenever you need to provide an update to your staff, your customers, you just send them a WhatsApp message and it's delivered instantly rather than having to wait for an email. I'll give you a practical example. We are currently experiencing load shedding and it's a problem with connectivity. So it would be a challenge for one to receive an email with poor connectivity or low bandwidth. And another one, the third one, which is easy task management. So when you're working with your digital tools, there are different tools that you can use to manage your tasks. Break a big task into smaller tasks that you can achieve in a short time. Then you also have your brand exposure. Your social media is a very powerful tool for businesses. You can reach someone who is not within your area and you can expand your business. So you are not only focusing with people within your area, but you're reaching people out of your area, right? So before I conclude, I have a small video to play just about She Means Business. So you can contact us. These are our contact details. We will definitely share this presentation with Umamthandi and Zakele. And a big thank you to Umamthandi, Zakele, and the Department of Communication for always being with us and inviting us whenever they have different outreach programs. Our partnership comes from a long way back since 2009. So where we attend different outreach programs that are hosted by the ministry, and Siafunda would participate either by training, providing training to the participants or beneficiaries that the department would give us to empower them, upskill them, and grow them.
Thank you,
Right,
thank
I would like to ask Fatima.
Thank you so much. I think people are getting exhausted. Can we stand up a bit while we watch the video? I hope it's a very short video, Faiza. Can we stand up while we watch the video? And then we have one presentation which is physical. The presenter is here. And then we're going to take a break. I can see we are getting exhausted. Yeah, it's like we are sitting at a cinema. Let's just stand up. Faiza, play the video.
Okay, I'd like to ask Fatima, my colleague, to please share the video. So while you stand up, I'd like you to shake off all your tiredness and watch this beautiful video. It will help you relax.
I cannot allow you to play the whole 6 minutes. So please take it to 2 minutes, and then we're running behind schedule, and we take another presenter, then a break, because we have people traveling far today. It's our last day. So I will stop it at 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fatima, you can play the video.
Okay, Faiza, just confirm. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your
Yes, we
screen.
can. That's how I could see it. 6 minutes long. Miss Kakaza, get ready after the video. There's no sound.
Just give me a second.
I would basically like to thank OCOP and Siafunda organization for hosting the digital marketing workshop. She Means Business. We were really welcome here today. A lot of the entrepreneurs have very limited knowledge for social media, and we've learned key aspects of WhatsApp, Facebook and Instagram. So going forward, when you see the ad come out for these workshops, I really encourage everybody to use this opportunity. These are skills that can help us going forward in any of our aspects in our business. So take up the opportunity. You will leave here with a large amount of knowledge. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
My name is Suraya Williams. I'm from the Design 26 Foundation. Firstly, I'd like to thank the ARCAF Foundation and the Siafunda Foundation for the workshop that they held here today in collaboration with She Means Business. The reason why I came to the workshop was, yes, I do have an online presence, and yes, I do have the WhatsApp business, but it was more to market and to also bring awareness about our foundation, and also to find opportunities that could grow and empower the girls that I work with on a daily basis.
My name is Sinawe Africa, and this is just to thank both She Means Business and OFGAR for having afforded us this opportunity. I actually haven't started my business yet. It's something, well, the business idea is something that got triggered during lockdown. So I'm definitely going in 2021, looking forward to 2021. And I can confidently say that I've been very fortunate to having been afforded this opportunity to attend this network with Sushi, because I think when I go into business, I would have a much better understanding of how I could ideally approach everything.
Tasneem Chulwan, and I attended the She Means Business event here at Tasrika. So I'd like to thank OCAP and She Means Business, Siafunda and Tasrikas for accommodating and creating this platform for us women to benefit from the knowledge that was shared here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Please share your presentation and the link to the video if possible, so that we can watch it over and over again. I think these are testimonies of all the women that have benefited from the program. So it will be very beneficial for us to watch that. And now I would like to call Ms. Kakaza Mohare, who is the COO of Digify Africa. So COO being the Chief Operations Officer. So yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think this opportunity to come and speak to you about the work that we do as Digify Africa. As Ma has said, my name is Kakaza Mohare and I am the COO. I'd like to also thank our partners who just spoke, Siafunda, for connecting us with the department as well, so that we can expand the work that we are doing. Waiting for the slides to come on. Thank you. So Digify Africa is a proudly Black women-driven impact organization with the mission to equip our young people with digital skills they need to thrive within the digital economy. As we reflect on the theme for this year's International Women's Day, which is breaking the bias, we take great pride in our 65% women leadership team, our 80% women management team, and 76% women staff. This is happening at a time when the tech industry has some really concerning statistics when it comes to gender equality. In a recent study done by PwC, and these stats were actually said by Pfizer just now, women only hold 19% of tech jobs that exist today, and only made up 28% of leadership positions in a global tech company. As COO of Digify Africa, I look forward to the day when our company's stats are more a norm than an exception. This really begins with access, making technology more accessible for our people, and particularly the young women and girls who will be our leaders tomorrow. Please, could you help me with the slides, because the clicker doesn't seem to be working. All right. The young women and girls who will be our leaders tomorrow. At Digify Africa, we believe in the power of digital technology's ability to make education more accessible to all. To date, we have developed and delivered programs to young people across the continent, training over 100,000 young people in demand-driven digital skills. And just as much as we believe in digital technology, we also believe in the collective of like-minded organizations to come together to broaden our reach and to deepen our impact by working together for the benefit of our people. Today, I'd like to tell you about some of our programs in particular, as I believe in this room, they are key stakeholders and potential partners whose strategic goals and priorities are well aligned with ours. With all of our programs that I'm going to speak of, we as Digify Africa have the content and the trainers ready to go across the country. What we really need are partners to connect us with groups of people who need the training at absolutely no cost to them. Previous slide, please. So last year, Digify Africa started experimenting with WhatsApp learning chatbots. When COVID forced our training programs to be delivered online, we saw just how many young people were cut off from the opportunities that they needed due to a lack of data or lack of computers. So we then looked to WhatsApp as an important and most popular platform for communication and asked ourselves, what if all of the messages and the videos and the voice notes that we get in our family groups were of real educational value? Can WhatsApp be used as a learning tool that also allows people to learn and gain new skills at their own pace, in their own time, and in their own space? Next slide, please. This worked so much smoother in my mind. You know, we were going to be flowing, but it's all right. Next slide, please. And the answer to that question of whether WhatsApp could be used as a learning tool was a resounding yes. So we currently have 2 learning bots that are running. We have Lisedi, our digital literacy bot. We also have Kito, which is our internet safety bot. And we have been blown away to see the demand for this new way of learning. Here is a glance at some of the stats that we are seeing on a monthly basis. We are seeing 40,000 new learners join the bot every month. 22 million messages were sent last month alone, and 300,000 modules have been completed on people's phones. You can join right now as well and start learning in your own space and at your own pace. You simply scan the QR codes that are on the next slide. You simply scan the QR code and you say hi, and it'll work like a regular conversation with anyone you're speaking to on WhatsApp. Our partnerships manager at Digify Africa is also in the virtual room, and they'll be dropping in the numbers for you. But for those of you who are in the room, if you would like to connect with Lisedi, you just add them like a regular contact. The number is 076 611 8409. And if you would like to connect with Kito, which is about internet safety, the number is 076 593 7181. And you simply start the conversation by saying hi, and the prompts are very easy to follow. Please, I do encourage you to go through and check it out and also tell us what you think about this experiment that we have going. Secondly, I'd like to speak about our next program, Ilizwe Lam. Please, could I get the next slide up? So Ilizwe Lam, with the world moving more and more online, it is important that we understand how we can take advantage of the opportunities and this new world presents while staying safe and avoiding the dangers that exist online. Ilizwe Lam is our internet safety training that we are rolling out to learners and educators in schools nationwide. The program covers privacy, verifying if information is true, and I think some of these things really speak to what we were speaking about yesterday, how to avoid scams, cyberbullying, and how to report any abuses online. Then we have our next program, which is Digify Bytes, our national digital literacy program that seeks to equip in this pilot 15,000 young people, persons with disabilities, women, and the elderly with tangible skills and tools that they can use and access to improve the quality of their daily lives. This program is funded by the British High Commission and sees us working with various organizations, municipalities, and government bodies to bring essential training to rural and peri-urban communities around the country. The training is delivered by our network of trainers from the very communities that they will be training in, and is broken up in the 9 modules that you see in front of you. We look at digital literacy for the everyday life, tools for basic banking on your phone, access to key government services online, how you can access learning and work opportunities online. We cover online safety. As you can tell, this is a very important topic. We also look at the laws that protect us as citizens when we are online. The last 2 modules look at the tools for the future of work and learning. And lastly, a guide to all of the new digital careers that exist, because so many careers exist today that even 5 years ago didn't exist. Those are just some of the programs that we run with funders like Meta and the British High Commission, who allow us to bring all of these training opportunities to you at absolutely no charge. Please do visit our website, which is digifyafrica.com. Please find us on social media. We are on all of the social media channels at Digify Africa. To find out more about these programs and also other programs like Meta Boost, that's aimed at teaching small businesses the power of your mobile phone and how you could really use social media as a powerful business tool. We also have Digify Pro Bootcamp, which is actually currently open for applications. So if you are a young person who is looking to equip yourself with some critical digital skills, particularly in digital marketing, and to find employment, please do go through to our website and apply now for that program. Partnerships are at the core of what we do as Digify Africa, because we cannot do this alone at all. So please, let's talk about how we can work together to reach more people and to deepen our impact. Thank you very much.
Nice, sweet, short, and very informative. That's what women do. So I think that woke you up a bit, ne? So we can chat, WhatsApp, do whatever. They're still preparing for our refreshments outside. So let's give them maybe 10 minutes and then we will take a break. So while we are waiting, I can use that 10 minutes, ne? Like just that 10 minutes. Bear with me. I would like to put through Utembega Kaka, who is the CEO of Tembega and Associates. Tembega, are you online?
Yes, thank you. I'm online.
Great. Unfortunately, I know you have so much information to share.
No, I'll be 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes. Exactly at 11:54, you must be done and saying thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hold on, please. I'm trying to get
your screen. You see now, you just wasted a minute of your time. We can see you are trying to do something, but nothing is happening from our side.
Let me see if I can share.
Okay, cool.
Talk you through it, and then we'll share. I will share the video because you've only got 10 minutes. Okay, my name is Tembega Kaka. My passion is radio. I know everybody's talking about WhatsApp, social media, all these fantastic platforms. But radio is going to be one of the most interesting platforms because, as you know, South Africa is currently in a migration mode with TV, which is going to be, our minister has stipulated that by the 31st of March, South Africa should have migrated from TV analog TV to digital TV, DTT. Now, the good news is that the last migration obviously will be radio, which is your analog radio to your digital radio. Now, this is very exciting. We've had the policy director in July 2020, and we've had the digital framework with ICASA in 2021. That was in April. Now, what is digital radio? The benefits of digital radio will be that you can have voice, text, and data at no cost. This is very exciting. I've seen a lot of people talking about the power of penetration, and because of COVID-19, we've had an influx of people going online. But what about those that are in rural areas, in marginalized areas, in peri-urban areas, and due to disability and women? Now, the interesting fact is radio actually has got an 80% penetration, and 80% of South Africans tuned into radio in 2021, despite the fact that we have all our social media apps. So the Tembekan Associates solution was launched last year. It's going to be a platform. So all of I've just heard congratulations to the lady from Digify. So you've got Digify and the previous lady. So you'll be sitting on our platform. And on that platform, it means that more people will be able to access it via radio, going into FM or AM or shortwave, and going through to the actual receiver. The actual receiver is going to be like your phone, but it will mean that you can have voice, text, and data, which is exciting. And you can converge this. When we talk about convergence, it means that you can Bluetooth it. So you can Bluetooth it. It can be connected also to the internet. And this is an exciting tool also for the agricultural sector, for the, that's one sector we're looking at, the disability sector, and women and youth. The latest statistics are that most youth actually tuned into radio. These are the statistics that came out. Tasha Bosch from the University of Cape Town wrote an article that actually stipulates this. We've had a very interesting partnership with the South African Broadcasting Association, which is SADC, which will cover the whole of SADC. And we will be doing our first proof of concept, hopefully in Eastern Cape and on FM at community radio station. Now, what is a community radio station? A community radio station serves your specific community. So it will have people in community radio stations will not just have radio just on analog. They will be able, through their receivers, have voice, text, and data. And this is on FM. Shortwave will cover the whole of South Africa and SADC, meaning people throughout the continent will be able to access this. So this is all I have to say. I'd like to thank Usis Tandi and Mrs. Zakele and Ms. Petronella and all this for their commitment and their invitation. So unfortunately, I've only got 10 minutes. I will email you my presentation and we'll take it from there.
You still had 4 minutes, but thank you.
I still have 4 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you so much. So I just to let you know, my company has been registered since 2005. I did the first FM trial in a community radio station in Westbury in a marginalized area, where we showed the regulator that DRM, the technology works on FM. And then from then on, I did the policy submission and the regulatory submissions. So now we are now going to be doing the proof of concept to show stakeholders, can they use the receivers to receive text, audio, and data on radio? So this is where we are at, and I look forward to presenting when we've already done our proof of concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Mbega. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm being let down now by the refreshments, honestly. But we have presenters that presented in the morning and even now who are not going to be on the platform when we come back. So let's use this opportunity and take questions and have discussions. And then after that, we'll wait for them to indicate if they are ready, then we go out. So I will take questions. If I can have a microphone floating on the floor, colleagues from the department, please assist. And we're also going to take questions online. I have a request for those presenters that are online so that we maximize on time. If you have a question that is typed on the chat and you are still available online, if you can type the answer there, then I will just read out the question so that we maximize on time. Any questions on the floor? Also in the provinces, please help us coordinate your questions and your discussions. Let's have a dialogue, ladies. Let's chat. There's so much that you received this morning, so much information, certain things you didn't know, I'm sure. So let's discuss. We still have our presenters on the line and we are here. Provinces, I see a hand in Bulugwane. I also have one hand here. Bulugwane, you can go ahead. Please indicate who the question is directed to. Thank you. I see they are fixing the microphone. Can we take the question here while we're waiting for the microphone?
Hello, hello everyone. So my name is Lilumo. So I have few questions. I have a business partner here. So we want to open a small business to our community. We are staying at that area. We are facing many challenges. We want to open a small business for computer literacy. So I'm speaking behalf of CETA. CETA can help us to register our business because we are facing a big challenge from capital.
Thank you so much. That question is for Nomvula. So we will, is that all from Bulugwane? We will take all the questions and then answers.
Any more questions? There's another question.
Okay.
Okay, good. Is it still morning? I don't know. Good morning, everyone. I go by the name of Glory. My question is, does CETA, no, let me start with this one. I have many. Since we are from a discouraged community, we are asking if CETA can help us with learnerships for our community, since we are told yesterday that we are peacemakers, we are the builders, hoping that learnerships and internships will change the life of young people in our community. And another thing, we are having the existing plan of our business already. So we're asking if CETA can help us to register our business because we are facing challenges, especially capital, when we talk about the challenges. And another one, we want to open an end-user computing course to our community, targeting young people, young women, hoping that that will change their lives and will keep them busy, and they'll start believing in themselves and do something better. Because truly speaking, us, where we come from, is a disadvantaged community, whereby you can see that even the young people or young women, they gave up in life. You can see that. So as I was sitting with my partner, we having my partner, I mean my partner in business. So we came up with I'm talking about a partner in business. Is a lady, sorry about that. So we came up with some activities from yesterday. Because yesterday you taught us that we are the peacemakers, we are the builders. So we came up with that plan saying, okay, if that is the case, we can create some activities that can make our young people to be busy. That will help our society to be the better society or the better community. I think.
Oh, wow. Wow. Sis Nomvula, it looks like you're going to be very busy in answering questions. There's a hand in Posh. Northwest, you can go ahead with your question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Pulukwane, I'm going to come back to you. Let's get a question in Posh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Ketue. The question is going to Miss Nomsane for the Nelson Mandela University. What I would like to know is, what is the center doing to ensure schools in the locations they also get access to the science labs to perform their practicals?
Okay, thank you. Is that all from Poch? Before I go back to, okay, there's another one. Please go ahead.
Greetings. I would like to ask Ms. Tasha Smith. Does RASCAP offers women startup funding for business? And if yes, how can they do, what implementation can be done so that small business can be offered funding, or which way an organization can be approached to fund that small business?
Okay, I didn't get the question. You broke on your first part of asking the question. I'm sorry. Please just go slow and let's hear what is your question.
The question is, does RISCO offer women startup funding for businesses? If yes, how can they do to approach them for funding?
For funding?
Yeah, for funding.
Okay, thank you. Poch, you've asked two questions.
Two last one.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am. My question is directed to the Razor Corp. It's about being a digital citizen. There's a number of psychological studies that suggesting that a digital platform is causing an increased risk of mental illnesses like work stress, full information work overload. So my question is, how can we maintain our mental health in such risk can affect us?
I'm not sure if I got the question, but I hope Razor Corp got the question. Can we have another question?
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Which discourses can enable us to understand the roles of policy in terms of economic development, the system and mechanism of trade and economic indicators?
Ladies, I'm worried. Men are asking questions. I'm very worried. can we please take charge of our space? This is our platform. We cannot be swallowed in boardrooms and in everywhere. Can we please? I'm worried. Let's go back to Polokwane. There was a question. And also, Gauteng, you will follow under, after Polokwane. Polokwane, are you ready to ask that question? Poch, can you please mute?
We are ready.
And Siafunda, CTC guest, can you please mute?
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
It's me again, Lily Moloto. So, from such an organization called Moraliadi. We are busy with the robotics. So those things is too difficult to us to learn. So I'm looking for Siafunda so that they're gonna help us with robotics, especially for the material that we're gonna use and which perfect language when doing robotics can we use. And yesterday we just heard about 4IR. So we don't know what is 4IR.
Don't worry.
Another one is, can 4IR can help our community or school environment, especially in rural area, because we are facing more challenge because we lack of information and technology. Can Siafunda can come to our community so they're gonna train our people there.
Okay, thank you. Don't worry about 4IR. There's still a presentation on 4IR where you will know what it is. So for now, don't worry about it. We have a presentation after break from an expert in 4IR who will tell you what it is and what can you use it for. So do we still have another question in Polokwane?
Yes, we do.
Okay. While you're moving the mic, I think, colleagues, this is clear. More information is needed. Can I please request those that are online to start answering the questions online and also share your details, contact details. We have a request for Siafunda to come to a rural area. So there has to be a contact detail to say, send an email here, make this phone call so that you arrange that. So can we please share our details as well? You can ask the question, Polokwane.
Morning, everyone. You're speaking to Rose from Polokwane. I have a center for disabled kids. So I was asking Siafunda if it's possible for them to help me maybe with education and some things at the center, or are they only concentrating on mainstream school?
Thank you.
Thank you. More hands. We still have another hand. Can we continue?
Wait, Polokwane, wait. I need to give Gauteng also a platform. Gauteng, you have a question?
Yes.
Please go ahead and ask your question.
Morning, everyone. My name is Busisiwe Mnyageni. I'm from Heidelberg. My question is directed to Razor Corp. Does Razor Corp have a funding for small business besides the training?
Thank you. Is that all from Gauteng?
No, I still have got questions. Just a moment.
Okay, go ahead. I hope the presenters are noting the questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sipati Mtlokwa from Gauteng. I have a comment for Sis Nomvula from Department of Small Businesses. Thank you very much, Sis Nomvula. Now we are clear about Technology Hub, and now we know that the future is digital. Thank you again for touching an issue of poverty. Like you said, that as women, we are faced of poverty. So, Nomvula, what I want to know about this Department of Small Businesses is that how much do you guys allocate for provinces because I've seen millions and millions that are allocated for small businesses. If you can help me, if you can help us with that. And starting from now, since you gave us an information as women, we now we are clear that we are the architect of our life. So we are going to create our own opportunities and make things happen. We are going to set ourselves a specific goal and monitor our progress, be of service. We know that we are the magnet of our circumstances, the most unforgettable people who never give up. So please, the presentation, please come to our down level, work with us as women who are working on ground, because we have our ideas, Amaning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I
Another
will
question?
break here. Sorry, colleagues. I will break here for questions so that our presenters can answer. However, I'm going to read a response from Raise Corp. They say they don't offer funding directly to your businesses, though some of the sponsors who sponsor the business programs sometimes do that, as well as put the entrepreneurs on their procurement supplier databases. So I think that answers all the questions regarding the funding for businesses. But I will allow Nomvula to come in and answer questions, and also Smith. Nomvula, you can come in.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Very clear.
All right, thank you, Sisi. Mama Sipati, Nyabonga nami Sisi. I'm not sure where about in Gauteng are you based, and I'm also not sure, Uguti, are you aware that Minister, no Deputy Minister, had a road show in Gauteng in the past 2 days, I think on the 7th and the 8th of this month, where they were clarifying a lot of things that you were raising. But be that as it may, Sisi, I will get ama details wako so that I can link you up with my colleague who is working within Gauteng, so that we can arrange a workshop with you namakhosikazi within your area. And it looks like maybe we can even talk about Abuma Co-op and so on. And perhaps ladies nangikhuluma nge-co-op, never ever think ukuthi ngikhuluma ngento encane. We have co-ops that can even own buildings, co-ops that can own big things. So when I talk of a co-op, so we can talk, and I'm not sure ukuthi lapho ukhona sisipati bangakwazi ukuthi bangifakele ama details wakho la ku platform, so that I can engage with you further after this engagement. But even nakwabanye abomama who would be interested in having mhlambe ama workshop within their area, we can make those arrangements, so that I've seen libomama babotchi, you are saying you would like to have engagements with women within those areas. And babotchi, minister is also planning a road show towards towards the middle of towards the end of March. She will be having a road show go Matlosane municipality, but we'll get the details. If I can get your contact so that we can get invitations for that road show. And with regards to Bomama Bapulukwani, yes, you can go to see the offices. I'm just not sure which districts are you coming from, but SIDA has branches in various districts that you can approach. They can assist you with registering companies, and for the young ones, you can even register the cooperatives. And never ever think, Hori, I'm pushing you, go the co-opsing. But if you are talking about groups, it's actually helpful to arrange to register the groups, because the co-ops, because they take a lot of people at the same time. but you can, if you wish to, you can even register a company for individuals. And tsa body learnership and internship, SEDA may not be too helpful in that regard, but it can be helpful in helping you with registering and hooking you up with other empowerment programs, tsa di entrepreneurship. I hope I've responded to questions, but if you still have questions, please request the colleagues in communications to help you horlidi punch konto no punch lagu chat box. I can respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Nomvula. I think also it will be very beneficial for you to type your email address on the chat so that they can, I see Pfizer has done that. So to say, if you have any queries or regarding partnership or assistance, just contact us. That was the question from Pulugwane. So Pulugwane, you have your answer on the chat. You have a WhatsApp number. You have 2 email addresses. And also Pumza has responded to say NMBSTC works primarily under resource to schools in offering assistance with curriculum aligned practicals. Schools are able to come to our center and use our science lab, or we can go you can go with our equipment to the schools and assist them in the comfort of their classrooms as part of our outreach. Wow. All schools need to do is call our centers and make booking for assistance. It comes at no cost to the schools. So Sis Nomvula has typed her email address as well. So colleagues, I will stop there with the questions, the first session of the questions. The hotel has indicated that our refreshments are going to be ready at 12:30, but there are questions that are from NW, and I think we now have Uspogazi on the line, which can take the next 10 minutes and present, and then we can break for lunch. For a refreshments break. Spokazi, are you now fine with the load shedding?
Yes, madam, I am fine.
Thank you. You can go ahead. She has my name.
It is an afternoon. I think it's already after 12, and please, we are off load shedding. And I've just listened on to the questions that are being asked and the enthusiasm that is in the various rooms from Polokwane to PE. It is really an interesting conversation. Mine is to add on just a little bit in what has already been spoken about, 4IR opportunities. And mine is to also try and link up skill with talent, and also the importance of having a mentor or a coach. So in any of the avenues that you look at in new careers that you've already had, the 4th Industrial Revolution, number 4 would then give you the background that there was a number 3 and there was a number 2 and there was a number 1 prior to that. There are various careers that are there. We could talk to robotics engineering. When you attend some of this training, they'll talk about a data scientist. There is cloud engineering, and also there are things like your UX designers. I want to emphasize that you can teach yourself most of these things. A lot of the times when you look at careers, they'll be based on the degree that you have. But the beauty with the new careers is that you can actually go online, if you know your YouTube, if you know GitHub, or even starting with Google. There is a lot of material. There is various training portals that you can teach yourself. So the 4 new careers that I picked up one was a cloud engineer, another one is a data scientist, and the third one is a robotics engineer. I'll just park on that one. on those three. A robotics engineer looking at analyzing data, reevaluating, testing, and maintaining the designer, what they would call a robot. So not the starting with the robots, excuse me, on the traffic lights to the robots that you would find that do execution of tasks. Now, if you think the currency Oyaziyo to buy things with is just money, I want to add on a second currency that we have in 2022, which is data. So they say now data is king, which means that whoever has the most data, who can analyze data, is able to sell, is able to propose, and is able to design new things. So this is why data scientists become very important in the 21st century. And it's all about understanding data and being able to interpret data, and is being able to put it in formats, and that starts with Microsoft Excel. So if you've ever come across a course with Microsoft Excel, which is available in most basic end user computing that you do, give yourself a chance and even go further online and understand how you do data analyzing with Microsoft Excel. I'm just giving one example of a tool, and you can go up further on with the Pythons, with all other tools that you can use, Power BI, Business Intelligence, and all other tools that are there. And the last one that I'm going to talk to is cloud engineering. Cloud, not being the white cloud that you see on top, but it's the cloud that is used for computers where data gets stored. And now you get a lot of cloud. You get Google Cloud, you get Microsoft 365, you get AWS. So this is one of the careers at the moment that is set to grow. So if you're looking towards careers, and as I said, not having a university qualification is not a limitation, because you will find a lot of these companies now provide these courses that you can actually start teaching yourself and be able to then say, I've built my own project. And a lot of people put in the emphasis, and I do know there's high unemployment, but if you're able to get to a place that has got free Wi-Fi, you are able to sit in using just your phone and teach yourself, then you are able to learn new skill and actually build projects. These projects are called prototypes, and these projects become your work experience. So work experience is not necessarily linked to the fact that you are employed or unemployed. You can actually do your own projects, and that way you then have a reference of projects that you can put on your CV. And my last part is to talk to talent. All of us have got natural talents that we come on this earth with. Spend some time and understand what that talent is, because you'll find that someone can draw. Now, if you can draw, you can take just that basic talent and go and study graphic designing. Now you're using your art, you're just adding technology on top of it, and now you are able to be a graphic designer. If you are able, so there's a lot of natural talent that we have, that if you add technology on top of it, so that you don't have a conflict and take a career you don't like, because it's important that you love what you're doing. So one of the things I would say, if you want to stay longer and to work and be in your career 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the line, pick a career that you like, which means that you want to combine your talent with your skill and your experience. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Siphokazi. Thank you so much. I stopped questions because I wanted to give Siphokazi an opportunity to present. So with the 9 minutes that I have, I'll take another round of questions. Maybe there might be questions also posed to you, Siphokazi. So while we have you on the platform, provinces, please indicate if you've about questions, and also here on the floor if we have questions. I see Nemisa has also shared their contact details on the chat. info@nemisa.co.za. Contact person is Victoria Tau. So for any Nemisa related queries, please send an email there. Polokwane, any question? Poch? Oh, we have a question on the floor. So let's take the question on the floor.
Hi, I just want to know if Matepele Tipe from SchoolNet is still on the line.
Matapelo, are you still with us? Let me see. No, she has left, but you can ask your question and then we will make sure she gets it.
Oh, thank you. This is also directed at anyone in the room that feels they want to answer. Matapelo touched on professional behavior and designing your social media around that and personal marketing. I do feel, and maybe some of you guys will agree with me, that there is a different standard that women are held to on social media, that they are held to on the professional world. And I'd just like to ask her or anyone in the room who feels they want to answer what they think we can do to combat that, but also what behavior do we accept, what is acceptable for us to do, and what are we not going to stand for. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. There's a hand in PE. You can ask your question.
Is it on?
I hope the question that has just been asked here on the floor, there are takers for it from our presenters. It's a very good question. So any of the presenters can tackle that question. PE, I see Polokwane is also moving around.
Okay. My name is...
Oh, okay.
Can I continue?
Okay, you can. We can take a question on the floor.
My name is Nomvume Khalakhala. I come from the Department of Social Development in the Western Cape. I work with Tina on gender-based violence. We are in partnership on so many issues affecting our young people. But it's not a question as per se, it's just a comment. Because I'm also on trade union. I'm also a first deputy president of SAFTU, the South African Federation of Trade Unions. The fourth industrial revolution. I think in future, we need to take our young people in order for us to arrive at where we are on the fourth industrial revolution. Where do we come from? The first one, what was happening? The second one, what was happening? The third, until the fourth, so that we give them the full background of our young people as to what transpired, why are we here? You see, so that's my advice to my colleagues, because I know and understand that in the Western Cape now we have to make sure that when we have this round, and I'm so worried about Limpopo, and we can see as departments that really our young people are struggling in the rural areas. They are very struggling. And yet there are people when they want jobs, including my province, when young people are applying, they're expected to apply online. And it pains me that really we are not yet there. It is not yet Uhuru. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. I think that's a challenge to the lady who was standing behind you, as she's going to present on the fourth industrial revolution. She must take us back from the first to the second to the third. How did we get here? So Balela, please include that in your presentation. Very valid. PE, can I take your question?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
You are.
Hello?
PE, are you ready with your question?
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm from PE. And my name is Yoliswa. Hello.
Okay, it looks like you guys are not ready.
Hello.
Siyafunda, I see you have your hand up. Can you ask your question?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Gauteng, can you ask your question? Siyabonga Tusi.
Hello, this is Yolisa from PE.
Okay, I guess that will be the end of our Q&A. Can I just check with our presenters who is willing to tackle the question on how should we behave online as women and what are we willing to take? Any takers, Pokazi?
Hello, my name
Pfizer?
my question is when there are going to be digital textbooks available for schools? That's my first question, because it is very disappointing to walk in a classroom and find that the kids do not have enough textbooks. Secondly, I would like to ask, when is there going to be a program, a women's program or training or workshop aligned to renewable energy? Thank you.
Thank you. Before you hand over the mic, we didn't get your name. We didn't get where you are from.
My name is Lungile Mahlangu from Gauteng.
Thank you. I think also on the issue of connectivity, when it comes to schools, the department, that's our responsibility. The Department of Communications and Digital Technology is failing us, so that to make sure that schools are connected. So that one, I doubt there's any presenter on the line that can tackle that one, as it is the responsibility of the department. We have another question on the floor. Oh, she is here to answer your question.
I'm going to attempt to answer, or maybe give part of an answer.
That's what we want.
So just to understand the question, how we should be behaving online as women and what should we take? Correct? All right. So I think the first thing is it's really important to understand whichever digital platform that you are choosing to use, how it works, because just as any tool, if you don't know how to use it, or if you don't know how it works, then you won't be able to use it. So I think the first one is for us to really educate ourselves to fully understand, how does Twitter work and how is Twitter different from Instagram, you know? And then it's really important to understand why you are using whatever platform it is, and to be very conscious about the brand that you build, or a speaker earlier had spoken about the digital identity that you build. I think a lot of the times we interact online as if it doesn't matter, you know, but I think for us to be very conscious about the things we say, about the things we put up, because that's very important in how you build your digital identity and how you protect yourself as well. I think thirdly, it's really important for us to really take the various internet safety trainings that do exist out there very seriously, because there are some very serious and very real dangers online. And I think it's important that we are aware of them so we know how to protect ourselves. Lastly, I think online really gives us an opportunity to connect with other women who are going through similar things, or who are going through completely different things, you know, for us to learn from each other, for us to support each other, and for us to really create communities. I think that that's the one thing that social media and online allows us to do, to create our own communities. And that's really important, because that's where we can protect each other, that's where we can teach each other, and that's where we can learn from each other as well. So that's sort of an answer, I hope, to the question.
Thank you so much. There's another hand. I can't. No one can.
Hi. Yeah, okay. I think also to add on what Kagaza said is that it's very important to um, understand, Sepokazi always, look, when we go out for awareness, like cybersecurity awareness, she always says that the internet does not forget. So you need to be mindful of that whatever, when you post, when you click send or post, that is sitting there and it's your digital twin. And I think also when you join these platforms, those terms and conditions, they are very critical. When you say yes, you have agreed to whatever that organization is saying. Take time, read that. We know, and there are studies that actually talk about why you find these terms and conditions so long, because also it's more about, just getting more people in, but you need to understand what is it exactly the platform about, what information they're collecting, and what are they going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Balela. There's another hand there, and that will be the last hand, and we then break for a tea break, which will be 15 minutes, and we come back, we tackle our program again.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone.
From what
Lizzie Klatzer.
Let's give her an ear. Sorry, ma'am. Let's give her an ear, please.
How do we behave? Remember, internet or network is a mirror of your wall. I'm talking about this wall. Would you take your pictures and post them here? The ones that you will be ashamed when someone enter into your wall and see those pictures. That's the first question. It does not start with technology. It starts with you as an individual. How would you want to be viewed when you post that on the media? Meaning that we talk about self-respect as an individual. Because remember, technology it's actually a duplicate of what we're doing every day. But the only thing that the technology is doing, it's helping us to do things smart. It's helping us to do things effectively and quick. But if now we translate technology different from what we do on our day-to-day lives, and then we will always have this kind of questions as to say, how do you, when you are walking in the mall, do you strip off your clothes? You don't do that. It starts with yourself, to define yourself as a human being and bring your self-worth and your respect and dignity. That's what we're supposed to be doing anyway. And then when we start there, we'll be able to stop having this kind of question to say, how do we behave when we're using technology? Technology is very good. It simplifies almost everything, but it starts with a human being, because remember, technology cannot do anything. It relies on human. Cannot think. It cannot forget, but it cannot think. Whatever it's doing, it's what we have told the technology to do. That's my 2 cents contribution.
Thank you so much. And I think in a nutshell, create a digital footprint that you'll be proud of. So if you can't be proud of what you post and what you have online, then do not post it, do not do it. Some companies are actually now even doing cyber profiling when you apply for a job, because in your interview, you are in your CV, you are very professional. You like, I arrive at work early, I'm willing to learn new things, I adapt to new environment easily. Come to your social media. You're like, no, I can't wake up. You're waking up is the problem. Now your CV and what you post on your profile are 2 different things. Have a digital footprint that you'll be proud of. Let's take a break. We are back at 12:40.
process of being in the kingdom, the young woman nation receive a decree that says, go and kill all of them. Now I'm in the kingdom, and my nation has received a decree to say, kill all of them. We don't want them. I'm not going to talk about my presentation so that I keep into 10 minutes. What I'm trying to say here, I'm talking about brainstorming as women so that we can deliver each other. And the young women had to go to the king and say, and remember, she was not even allowed to go to the king without being invited by the king. I'm not going to give names of the cousin and the queen. She was not even allowed to go, but she went and she received a favor from the king, and the decree to kill her nation was reversed. Now, as women, we need to come to a situation where we brainstorm about our womanhood. You know, the question that was asked here to say, how do we perform? How do we present ourselves on the internet? It starts from brainstorming. How do we talk about simple things as women that will present and preserve our dignity? So that when we go to the digital space, we talk about gender equity or equality, we are able to say we can be able to be presented as women of dignity. We can be presented as women that present access to other women, and those women can trust us. Why? Because we brainstorm, we talk about important issues. We talk about basic things that makes us important as women. And if we do not do that, we will always have a problem of posting things that are not supposed to go on our social media. Fortunately, I have emailed my presentation before the question was asked. I did not add this slide because I wanted to respond. But as I was preparing for my presentation, it just came to my mind. We need to work towards these two presentation slides. Let us talk as women. Let us nurture our young girls. Let them understand their values. Let them know that the technology is a mirror of their day-to-day lives, so that they will be able to present themselves with dignity also when they get to the digital space. And the digital space talks about connectiveness and trends. But what is happening when you talk about connectiveness and trends? Some people, they have seen me presenting in other space. They might see some of this presentation, but totally different content now because I'm having new audience. And you will see the connectiveness there. It actually presents so diverse information. And then we need to place ourselves in that connectiveness and say, how do I want to contribute and make impact as an individual in these nodes so that I can submit to my communities and make a difference? And that's what we need to talk about. That's what we need to think about as women in computing sector, and how are we going to reach out and change lives in our societies and communities. We can only do that when we understand that we have to maintain our dignity. As a young woman, the way you dress, I used to say to my students, why are you dressed like this? And they were not happy. I will tell them, you don't go to the office of a male lecturer dressed like this. They know. They were running away when they see me going to the male's office, because I will tell them, dignity is not about what you say. Remember, some people will see you and they will automatically conclude who you are. We need to integrate dignity in our social lives. That is going to translate into digital dignity. And when we do that, we are able to create a new caliber of our people that are around us. And if you look at dignity, it talks about understanding other people and respecting other people. Someone must not be offended by the way I dress. A minute that second person is offended, there's a problem. Someone must not be offended by the things I say. A minute I do that, that is a problem. Dignity means respect yourself and respect everyone and even the nature around you. That's my definition of dignity. And then what we need to do then, we need to, in terms of inclusiveness and in the digital world, we need to come to dignity. We have to go back to the basics and the roots to say, young girls, be dignified. Be dignified when there is no one sees you in your private space when you're dealing with the social media. Because if you do that, you are able to translate your lives and you'll be able to impact a number of people. They say we're preparing, they say we're talking about preparing you for the future. That's what I'm trying to say here. But now, when we're defining the digital, defining the digital dignity, we must also take our position as women. Remember, when we talk about digital dignity, we are going to move from the position where we are placed. At the moment, we are placed at the back of the guys. You see the guys, all the guys are in front. And the guys are actually saying we're leading the digital space. Now, as women, we need to move this picture and go in front. And we have to increase the numbers. We don't want to see the same numbers as in a computing space. But you cannot do that as if you compete with your male colleague. You won't be able to achieve what you want to achieve. The things that you need to do, you need to engender for our presence in communities. We need to make sure that our women, young girls, when they play Fourth Industrial Revolution. When they go to class, they do not see themselves as an opposite sex or gender. They see themselves as human beings that can work together and that has intelligence to do what another gender can do. And then when we do that, because what is happening now in our spaces, we always tell our women that the guys, they think they are better. We need to change the line of empowering our young girls. Our young girls must be empowered, not as competitor to their brothers. Our young girls must be empowered such that they have self-realization. They know that I'm able, I can, I am not less than the other person. And they mustn't waste their time with that. They must spend their time developing themselves. We need to engender that. We need to simplify 4IR basic education, what Usisi was saying, breaking down Fourth Industrial Revolution. I call it simplifying it. Simplify it such that it fits to your context and you understand it. Remember, we talk about Fourth Industrial Revolution. Many people, like for example, today, there is a lot of data that can be manipulated through Fourth Industrial Revolution without you having go and study computing. The presenter from Nelson Mandela, that's the university where I studied. The presenter from Nelson Mandela, she said, you don't have to obtain a qualification to understand the principles and concept of Fourth Industrial Revolution. You can teach yourself. That is very true. I concur with her. You can have your foundational qualification that is going to take you to a certain level of work. But over and above that, for you to be relevant within industry, you have to empower yourself. Go and learn more skills about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and you identify those that are aligned to your career path. That's what we need to do. We need to look into integrating 4IR in our day-to-day lives. I have mentioned that. But we need to view 4IR as a means to work smart. Remember, technology, I'm from the village. We used to go to the dam down there and do washing. Take it back, go and dry it at home. So heavy, so difficult. But now we're using washing machines. We don't have to do that. Technology enables us to work smart. If we can teach our girls that, actually technology is the means to help you to work smart, to achieve what you want to achieve. That's what we need to do that at their early stage of lives, so that by the time they grow, they do not see technology as this monster thing. They see it as means for them to be able to do what? To achieve what they want to achieve. We need to position our young girls for the future work in computing. Am I still good in time? Okay. Please don't say it because you want me to talk. And then the first thing that we need to do, these two bullets, where is the pointer here? I want to point there. I put these 2 points together. I mean deliberately. I say instill and then I say create. Because there is a difference between instilling something and creating something. We need to instill power of self-realization in our young girls, so that when they go, wherever they go, their head is up. They don't have to shout. They use their small voice to communicate their message, and it is understood. You know, in our age, I'm close to retirement. And in our time, you will be the only women in the boardroom that's sitting with engineers, IT specialists, and all of them. And you have to make sure that your voice is heard. They will say, when the secretariat is not there, can you please take the minutes? I will tell them, no, we studied the same qualification. You take the minutes. But you say it with respect. Because when you do not say it with respect, they will humiliate you. By the time the meeting starts, you can't even make your contribution. And they will say, look, women cannot do it. Sorry, guys, I love you so much. I've got my dad who was my friend. I'm still looking for a husband. And you know what? Do that with respect so that they do not humiliate you and agitate you so that you cannot contribute. Tell them with respect and with smile. To say, no, I'm not a tea girl. I'm not a tea girl. We all did the same qualification. Guys, you can go and make your tea. And we have to create spaces for self-realization in the computing space. Like, for example, I like the Siafunda, all the projects that have been presented here. It's an indication that the spaces have been created for that. But what I can say, let us collaborate in making such to happen. Establish forums for open discussions, adopt a girl. We can do quite a lot, which is very much important. And then let us start the AI entrepreneurship, technopreneurship innovations for our girls. When they play with something and they can build something at home at their early age, make that a project for entrepreneurship. Let them understand that this can be IP'd, this can be taken to a certain level. Looking into all the field of study, you can actually just do quite a lot in that space. Let's start with small things that we can do so that we can grow our business and we grow the skills of entrepreneurship using AI. That's why I'm saying AI is actually very easy for everyone. You can do a lot of things to communicate, advertise, and all that. But the other thing which is very much important, let us be transformative and adopt a blockchain model. You know, in the villages, they talk about stokvel. They give each other money. They don't even know each other. They trust each other with money and all that. Why don't we adopt the same model for empowering each other? I train someone that I don't even know. That one train another one that doesn't know. And then we actually broaden the scale of the blockchain. That's what we talk about cryptocurrency. Is the criteria. But what I'm trying to say is, let us make sure that whatever we do it to make impact. We evaluate it, we do continuity, and we're doing quite a lot of things. Just to, as a close up, I must say, we are working with my colleagues from University of Mpumalanga. We have already published 2 papers. We've got life orientation module, which can integrate all these skills. We have evaluated the curriculum. Now we're talking about the concept of integrating gender-based violence into that module, and we advise basic education. That's what we need to do to make sure that we make impact and we contribute to our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Right on time. Ladies, now, I don't want to address men. I feel like not addressing them. Ladies, now we're going to move to our next presenter, Ms. Nolwandle Gaba, who is the Managing Director of Inzalabantu Women Telecoms. She's going to give us a short presentation. Nolwandle, are you online? Can you hear me? You have 10 minutes. At 13:37, I will be standing up and taking over. Nolwandle? I saw her coming in. Nolwandle, are you there? But then clearly she can't hear us. Can you spotlight her, Zakel? Ombon? There, Nolwandle guest. Nolwandle, can you hear us? Let's try and get her online. In the meantime, let me check with Tina here if her presentation can be done before her next engagement. You have 10 minutes, either way, whether now or later. Thank you. We're gonna have Tina from Women's Net.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Tina Tiaart, and I have been working with the Department of Telecommunications, now Department of Communications, for a very long time. We had the very great experience of traveling to many rural areas to teach young girls how to use social media responsibly. And we really had, if I must tell you, Tandy and us going to very small towns, but the challenges in those days were exactly the same as today. Why? We arrived at the school and we asked the children about their cell phones. Yes, they all have cell phones, or there were a lot of cell phones, and we had all this equipment. That night, we told them they must all charge. Tomorrow we're going to play games. We're going to use the technology. And the next morning when we came to the school, we realized that nobody in that community had access to electricity. They had to go to town to charge. We were fortunate we were staying in a town and we had access to electricity in the hotel, but they were not. And then we all had to improvise. And that's where I think we learned a lot about rural community engagement. And a lot of those lessons we are still applying today, where we can share our equipment, we can give people all a turn, we can go around and we can explain to everybody. So I also want to talk a bit about 1,000 Women, because I actually share 2 hats, or 3 or 4 or 5, because with Nomfume from the department, we also do an ICT project whereby we recycle computers and put it back to the new NGOs, new NPOs in the Western Cape. which is another exciting program, because we obviously all the time have to teach people how to fix and recycle computers. And there are lots of opportunities for that. But I am also with 1,000 Women Trust, and we work under gender-based violence. We have given you our pamphlets. You've received them yesterday. But I think what is... that's me, yeah. I'm a trustee there. And we have been collecting and mobilizing resources and then put it into the hands of women in communities. And you have met some of the 1,000 women delegates here. Who is from the 1,000 women? Who came with Latifa? Hey, come.
But my hands are slipping.
So what we do at 1,000 Women Trust, we have developed quite a bit of training material and learning capacity building that we put back into the communities. But what happened? 2020 early, lockdown. And we couldn't go anywhere. So what we did is we moved our training to WhatsApp. And I'm very proud to say that over 7,000 women was taught how to deal with trauma in their communities, how to respond to when somebody comes to you and say to you, I have been raped, I have been abused. What do you say? So we still have a very strong network, and we are growing every day on giving women and young people the knowledge about, for example, what is bullying. We have discovered children don't know what's bullying. Okay, so yes. Sorry, guys. So, I'm greening. Okay, so I told you about the training programs, but what is important, some of those programs are still free. It's online, and we will be following up with more WhatsApp training. So you can just make contact with us. What was interesting, what we did with our meetings, our Hear Me Too sessions with the women, was that we got 20 women together and we asked them about their experiences of gender-based violence during lockdown. We collected that information on Google Docs. Most of our members have never seen a Google Doc, but they were able to complete it by helping one another and giving them access to Google Docs. And that's the survey results. 41% of those people responded that they experienced cyberbullying. And you can see, anyhow, what was interesting is that 59% of the women had no apps on their phones. Although even the government was saying, download the app, we're going to do COVID by using this app. 60% of them used cell phone technology, but 17% did not even know the helpline for when you're in trouble. They didn't know how to access this. And very important, 50% of those organizations have got no IT whatsoever in their office. So just to come back to the bullying program, we do this program at schools with teachers and with parents. We actually have got about 10 groups fully subscribed with parents talking about bullying. And cyberbullying, obviously, that's our detail. Remember, we 1000women.co.za. I don't want to spend too much time to explain to you what cyberbullying is because we had a whole presentation about it. But what I realize is we all talk in nice words to everybody, but to actually process it and to understand it does not always happen in that order. So what is terrible is that most of cyberbullying, or let me say WhatsApp bullying, is done by girls. Yeah. And in the beginning, I thought it's because we don't know how to use our cell phones properly. You know, we don't know, like we were talking now, ma'am, about how do you behave towards others on your cell phone. Okay. So people are posting most hurtful images of other people. They threat them. And then the texts and the shameful videos. So I'm going to give you just an example of shameful videos. One girl phoned in to me to speak to her. She needed help. She was having a party with her friends at a shopping center, and they lift their tops up and showed their breast. And they were innocent. They were just sitting together. It was a fun thing. But a person that they did not know took a photo. And he came to her and he showed her the photo. And he told her he's going to post it all over Facebook. And he forced her to have oral sex with him. Obviously, he photographed that. He recorded that. And then he got to her again and told her that he is now going to show her parents. So she had to go full-blown sex. He raped her. Because she didn't want the parents to know. And the worst part is she's 14. And the man is 21. Yeah. And it just shows you how easily you could become a trap. We always hear about people who are being lured into and befriended before they actually become a victim. But in this case, it was not. It was not. And today, it's really a huge problem for that family to solve the whole situation. It is a really huge, and she's will have to go to court in various places, and she needs a lot of counseling. So that's why one of the reasons that we want to talk to young women and tell them and warn them about these issues that we think is just okay. We can show a picture of somebody. We can put out notes there. And it's the traps and the problems are really quite huge. So I want to appeal to the young woman here. Don't be a bystander. Support your girlfriends. Stand by them and speak out, please. Today you got lots of information where to report, but speak out, even if you just tell a parent, a friend, something. Because in all those incidences that was mentioned about cyberbullying, you must remember there were a lot of bystanders. Did nothing. They shared. So yes, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm sure they all know the rest. But I am really looking forward for us here in the Western Cape to work with groups of girls and even women, older women, you know we do that, to deal with GBV and IT.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that she had a conversation with us. We had to listen to that. Nolwandle, I'm going to check again if you are now online and you can hear us. This time, the last time you said she was ready. So she must tell me that she's ready. Nolwandle, are you ready? Unmute, please. I know that she's load shedded, so I hope. Nolwandle, please unmute. Unmute Nolwandle. Okay, colleagues, I think we have a real technology challenge there. It's a technical issue, this one. We have most of our presenters with us. Now I'm going to call my colleague, whom said I must not say any title. So I'm a good listener, and I take instructions very well. Her name is Miss Nokubalela Mchunu. She's going to be presenting to us about 4IR. She's from the PMO 4IR in the department. Welcome, Nokubalela. You have 10 minutes. When I stand up, please give me space. There goes 4IR.
Good afternoon. So I know you've been asking questions on what 4IR is, so I'm just going to focus on that. You've been hearing of terms, AI, ML, cloud computing, and all of those things. So I'll try to explain that in the 10 minutes that I have. Oh yes, I have control. So, okay, all right. So yeah, I'll let you do that. Just to add on the stats that were shared earlier on, please make note of this, and also the presenter from Nelson Mandela, they touched on this, and Karaza also touched on these stats. That on the 90% of jobs that are now available and also will be available in the future will have a digital component. So what do we mean about digital component? It means there will be an aspect of it that touches on the technologies. I'll expand on this later on. And then secondly, on
sorry, Balela, online they are saying your volume.
Oh, I must. Oh, okay. All right. I'll try. So, and then the second thing, there's a study that GMSA did in 2020, which was 2 years ago, that says that as women, we have less access to mobile devices. So in most of African countries, even also here in South Africa, you find homes where a mother will have to share a phone with like 4 or 5 children in their household. So that also is critical. I'll come back to this. Thirdly, the definition on 4IR, it talks about also like technologies having a major impact on how we live. And if I were to say, can anyone who has a smartphone raise their hands? I think probably like 98% of the room will raise their hands. So technology really has a huge impact on how we live. It has a huge impact on on defining who you are. We're talking about a digital twin. Technology has an impact on that, on how we work. Professor touched on that. It also how we relate with each other. Back in the day, I remember of an ad, without revealing my age, there used to be an ad on SABC that someone would go out and say, "Molo mhlobo wami," and then telephones came into place. Now we have cell phones. Not only do you do like voice communication, but you can also talk on video. So that also has an impact on how we relate with each other. I know because not a lot of people understand or know what 4IR is. there was a commission that was established by the president in 2018, which was looking at the fourth industrial revolution and also on where we are as a country in South Africa. That commission actually came up with a report which was published in 2020. We have that report, which actually looks at where we are as a country and also what is it that we need to do to also participate and also sort of like explore the opportunities that we have in 4R. So the definition there, it says the fourth industrial revolution is an era where people are using smart, connected, and converged physical and cyber biological systems. So this is where we're talking about virtual reality, where you actually like from the physical aspect, you can also interact with the virtual aspect. Do I now have control, Zakel? Okay, next, please. Finally, we're here. So I really would have loved to have. Oh yeah. Yes. So please, Siphokazi, if give me 2 minutes, I want to really take people on this. Yeah, thank you. So the fourth industrial revolution, and I think earlier on there was a question on whether we should take everyone on what happened in the first industrial, what happened in the second, third, and fourth. So in the first industrial revolution, without really going too much into English, for those also who have other languages as their first language, industrial revolution is inguquko, like change, right? Yes, sorry, I'm Zulu. So, so it's that industrial revolution. It changes how how the economy works and things like that. So in the first industrial revolution, it was more on the mechanical production. So that's where we saw trains. That's where we also saw railways. Before, people were literally like transporting their goods through horses and donkeys and all of those things. Then in the second industrial revolution, that's when you started seeing electricity. So that was in the 1870. I'm sure no one was born by then. Then in the third industrial revolution, that's where we started seeing the use of computers. Processes started being automated, like some of the tasks that people were doing were now done by computers. Then in this industrial revolution, which is now the fourth industrial revolution, and like I said on my previous slide, this concept really came about more like in 2016. It was more talked about because we sort of like came up with the definition on what 4R is. So in this space here, this is where when you go online, right? But I'm making a practical example. If I were to go online now and search for, because we are ladies, and search for sanitary towels, my digital twin will then assume that I'm either on my periods or I'm going to be on my periods in the near future, right? Then next time when you go back, it will then give you an ad of tampons as an alternative. So that is artificial intelligence, right? They collected the information that you fed into the system. Then now they start giving you possible things that you might be interested on, right? Second example, to sort of like expand on this, if you go and search for a pregnancy test, right? In the next 6 months, 3, 6 months, 9 months, the assumption is that that pregnancy test that you did 9 months ago, you now have this baby, right? It's going to start advertising nappies. It's going to advertise baby wipes. It's going to advertise strollers to you. All these things, this is artificial intelligence, right? So it's collecting this information about you. It's processing this information and start giving you this suggestion of things that you might be interested on, right? And also in other cases where, like from here, I will take an Uber to the waterfront. When I get to the waterfront, I start getting adverts on where the nearest coffee shop is. It's what's the time now? It's almost 2. It will give me suggestions on restaurants where I can go for lunch, and also LinkedIn and so that is artificial intelligence. It uses the information that you feed into the system to give you what you might be interested on. And then we hear also of terms. Okay, yeah. You also hear of terms about machine learning. Okay, I didn't put it. So artificial intelligence is that first component. That with machine learning, that is where the machine is actually it learns from your previous activities. So that's also another form of intelligence that computers do. Then when we talk about AR, I know a lot of people have used this term, augmented reality. This is where it actually enhances your real world into environment of a smartphone. So I don't know, recently I went to the Botanic Gardens in Kirstenbosch. So there are apps where they would say, okay, point your camera into that space, you will see an art of some sort, or you will see something which you can't see with your bare eyes, but you can see through your phone. So that is actually the use of the augmented reality. Then with virtual reality, that's where you see people have those big headsets, and also the big headsets and the goggles, where you actually are able to see what you can't see with your physical eye, and also you participate in this virtual world. It's mostly used in gaming. It's also been used and in some of the tourism spaces, where you can literally like have an experience of how it's like to be in Zanzibar without actually being there, right? Then Internet of Things. Sorry, I probably sound like a lecturer, but I'm just trying to, so that when next time you hear 4IR, you don't ask yourself what is 4IR, because you already are participating in that space. It's just that you don't know that you are actually in that space. Internet of Things is more about the connection of our devices. So unlike before, where if I wanted to share my pictures with my friend, I would have to literally print them, send them to them. Now there's things like AirDrop, there's Bluetooth, you're literally sending your information. So it's that connectivity of devices, also with systems. Back in the third industrial revolution, systems were more isolated, but in the fourth industrial revolution, we're now seeing systems being connected. We're now seeing the information that you might have shared with another company also being used about another company. So it's that integration of systems and devices. And also in the future, for those that have the money, they probably now have those fridges where you can literally, your fridge can tell you like what do you need to buy. You no longer have milk and things like that. So it's that interconnection of devices. Big data, your text messages, I can hear the phones going your text messages, that's your information that you're putting into the space. How many minutes do I have? Okay. So yeah, but basically this is just really around, I can't believe how short 10 minutes was. This is literally what 4IR is about. Zakele, please, next slide, please. So really the characteristics of 4IR, it's really around technologies. It's about the connected of systems. It's about data, not data or your WhatsApp data, but the information that you feed into the system that gets processed and start sort of like creating the different information about you. And then also innovation, which is very critical. I wish I had more time. Thank you. Oh, okay. She says I can wrap up. Quickly, Zakele, can I just go? So these are the opportunities in 4IR. Please, you can just take note of that. And then in terms of the 4IR work that we're doing within the department, in the report that I was talking about, so on this side, it's actually the recommendations. Sorry, next slide. What happened? Yeah. On this slide, it's actually, no. My time. Okay, on this slide, it's more on the recommendations that we had from the report that I was talking about. Here, it's the work that the department is doing. Yesterday, Nozipho touched on the digital skills. We also are working on the establishment of the AI Institute, which our minister made an announcement about in December. We also have this digital portal. So this portal is more on trying to promote the digital innovations in South Africa. So it's more about tech in South Africa being used by South African and also the local manufacturing of these tech innovations within South Africa. Thank you very much.
I'm sure this is mine. That's yours. She's not happy with me, but uzoba right. Thank you so much. Now, no one will say what is for IR. Like we are past that stage. We know what happened in first, second, third. We are here. I'm gonna try Nolwandle one more time. Like I'm trying to be a very patient lady. Nolwandle,
I'm here.
If you can hear me, just say anything. In the meantime, I would like PE to do a sound check. PE, please say something and so that we can check if we can hear you. PE and Siyabonga there.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Is that Nolwandle?
Hi, is this?
Oh, perfect. I can hear both PE and Nolwandle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nolwandle. Yeah, Nolwandle, you're breaking. It's really bad. Andoline, are you on the line? In absentia of both Nolwandle and Andoline, I wanted us to finish with the online speakers, but we have a man. Yo, imagine. A man who came yesterday bearing gifts. I hope today he comes bearing information. I would like to call my colleague, Mr. Sitabo Modiba, who is going to talk to us about financial literacy. Get your pens, ladies. Get your papers ready. The shoe that you want, you might leave here saying, no, I actually don't need it. It's okay, can wait. Ray, come, you have 10 minutes. The time now is 1400 hours. At 10 past, I'm standing up.
Hey, ngifuna ukuthi share i-screen nje le.
So thank you very much. Once again, good afternoon, ladies. It's not an easy thing to talk after the women who have spoken. You know, when they say the women have spoken, the women have spoken. And why I'm saying this is it's going to be very challenging. I do have a presentation, but because of the knowledge, the skill, the experience that I have in this field, even talking to women, I think I'll just ask Zakhele to pitch the presentation, but I'm not going to concentrate on the presentation because what I'm talking about, what I'm doing, it's in my blood. I know it like a palm of my hand. Now, there's a few things that I'm going to talk about what I've heard about the speakers from yesterday, which will end up giving me a summary of what I'm going to talk about. The first thing that I want to mention, yesterday I hear people talking about grants, funds. It's like I was hearing somebody saying, I want to be a tender penny. And that's not a good idea. I want to also mention one thing that says, and we all know about it, but I want you to put it in mind. Easy come, easy go. The other thing that I want to talk about is there was a man who woke up early in the morning every day, going to the beach, and just to have a view of the beach because he loved animals that live inside the sea. He loves watching the beach, he loved watching the water, and so on and so on. One day when he went there, he found out that there was a lot of starfishes outside the sea. And it was still very early in the early hours of 5 a.m. in the morning. And then this man decided to say, I want to take care of these starfishes. And there were millions and millions of these starfishes outside. And then he wanted these starfishes to be saved before the sun comes out. Because if they get the sun, they're going to die. He started throwing them back one by one into the sea. Then what I'm trying to say to you is, while he was throwing them one by one, there's somebody watching. And then he went to him and said, you are wasting your time. You can't make anything about this. Allow these starfishes to die. And then this man continued his vision, his goal of throwing the starfishes back into the sea. I'm definitely sure the prof hears what I'm talking about and where I'm going. Now, when he threw to the other one, he threw to the second one, the third one, while that man is looking. And then he said to that man, I made the difference for that one. My question to you is, there were so many presentations. What is that you are taking with you as a woman alone to say, this is for me. This is what I want to do, so that you can make a difference to yourself. Yesterday, I gave aprons that has got the writing. Who can still remember the writing? Pardon? The power of togetherness. If I'm not wrong, there's something that Prof mentioned. You know, I'm referring because, you know, I like these terms, Prof, you know, doctor and so on. It's good that you always refer to them. You know, I don't want to say women in this case, but I want to say all of us, including men. Why can't we work together and support each other to become successful? We need that in life. Oh, the cousin was a man. Yeah, you hear now. Now, this is very, very important. Now, I'll go back and touch a little bit on why am I here. I'm here to say to you women, to say, yesterday you were talking and you really need to be successful. And one thing that I want to mention to you is that Postbank used to be a division of the South African Post Office, still reporting to the Minister of Department of Communication and Digital Technology. But today, as we speak, since 2019, April the 1st, Postbank separated officially from the Post Office. It's still a division of the Department of Communication and Digital Technology. Yesterday, they were talking about cyberbullying. They were talking about all these things. And what I'm trying to say to you is, in the banking industry, there's a lot of technology that is being used. Today, because of technology, you are able to view your account, your payment. You can send money while you are sitting here without physically going to the bank. That's technology. Now, what I want to say to you is, as women, and if you look at the success of us as men, I don't like those terms or those words, but I'm going to mention something, that you are most successful when it comes to doing things together as compared to men. Why don't you do that? The reason why I'm talking about this is because I want you to start to save together and work together. At Post Bank, as a division of the department, which is still government, there is good things that are coming. But do not say, I want a grant, I want a loan, I want whatever to be able to start something. Hey, ziyazithanda izinto zamahala. Let's stop thinking about freebies. Because if you are not going to get a freebie, you are not going to stand for yourself. Start things that you'll be sustainable, irrespective of a tender or somebody supporting you. And that's women for me, especially women that I grew under, because my mother never saw a door of a school. She taught me to go and do what we call peace jobs. In my time, there were no child abuse in those days. I started paying for my own school fund while I was doing Stanet 2. I don't know what is Stanet 2 today. Is it grade 4? Yeah. And I started becoming independent until today. So I want to mention this to you. It's possible. When you tell a lot of people about that, they will tell you it was your time. I so wish I presented on Wednesday in one of the schools. I said to the young kids at the school, I said to them, I wish I could go back and become very young, or become a matriculant, or become a grade 11 learner, because of the opportunities that are there today compared to my time. So I want to say to you also as ladies, there's a lot of opportunities. Whether we're talking business, we're talking technology, we're talking banking, we're talking anything, there's a lot of opportunities. Grab them, make use of them. My last talk will talk to you about how to use money, because I know that a lot of people, they think when you have money, you just have to spend it. You know, there's a show that I like on TV, they say, I blew it. And after you blew it, then you start realizing I could have done 1, 2, 3. Now, for you to be able to know what to do about 1, 2, 3, I want you to start to know that it is very, very important to start to know what budget is. Those who've been in the, actually anyone or all of us should know what budget is. The simplest explanation of what budget is, there's 4 words that I always use to explain what budget is. Income, expenditure, surplus, and deficit. This is where we differ. A lot of us, if you see husband and wife or mama and papa going to a shopping complex, after they've made a plan of what they are going to spend on, what do they have on hand, they will be happy to go. But when they come back, they don't talk to each other. The reason is very simple, is because between the two, someone is not going to follow what they agreed upon in terms of the budget. Now, I want to say to you, there's a program that we are doing with schools around the country with the Banking Association of South Africa, and I'm a member thereof, called Star Saver. And within that program, there is one lesson that talks about the needs and the wants. And if you can learn to understand what is the needs and what are the wants, and ask yourself every time when you spend money, and ask yourself this question, I want to buy a chocolate. And then the question becomes, it's a chocolate a need or a want? If the answer becomes it's a want, then you can live without it. Why buy it? Why don't you save money? And most of the people don't understand that saving is not what you must save after what is left on your budget as a surplus. Savings must become part of your expenses. It must be a part to say, 1,000 rand, 500 rand is going to be saved. So it's very, very important that you understand savings, you understand budgeting. When I grew up, I was, a lot of people, when we started working, they were very happy to be called, you are credit worthy. I mean, I've changed that to say, be happy to be told that you are debit worthy. Use your own money than use what you don't have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, he had luggage, eh?
Yeah.
In a women's event. So he had to carry luggage to maintain the standards. Thank you so much. At least he's here, so you can always interact with him when we have lunch. Thank you so much, Ray. Andolin, are you online? Okay, I think if I call someone and they're online, they should just indicate if they are there. I think Nolwandle is still struggling with connectivity.
I'm back.
Okay, Nolwandle, the time is 14:12. At 14:22, you have 10 minutes. Please go ahead with your presentation. When you see my beautiful face up here, it means your time is up.
No problem, I understand.
Nolwandle, there's a terrible echo from your side. Please say something. Nolwandle is from Inzalabantu Women Telecoms. Just speak, Nolwandle, and say anything. I want to check, maybe speak on your first slide. I want to check that echo. Please don't tell me we lost her again.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No. Nolwandle, I think you joined with 2 devices.
Everybody else must mute, please.
Okay, Nolwandle, please, if you had tried with your phone, or just leave with 1 device and then remain with 1. Nolwandle? Yo, Nyanya zithi no. Colleagues, because we are running out of time, while Nolwandle still tries and connect, we hope she will eventually get online. I don't have Andolin as well, who's supposed to be presenting now online. So I will check if Miss Linders is available to give us a presentation on GBVF.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You're actually very clear now. Please go on, Nolwandle.
Oh my God. First, I'd like to apologize for the inconvenience. We are having load shedding.
Much better. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay. My name is Nolwandle Gcaba. I'm from Inzalabantu Telecoms. Happy International Women's Day, ladies. Oh?
Go ahead, Nolwandle, we can hear you.
Okay. Today we are going to be going deeper into understanding the new kid on the block that is Inzalabantu Telecoms. And within
Nolwandle, you're breaking. Nolwandle,
Yes.
you just broke there since you said the new kid on the block, then we lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We all can see the introduction, right?
Yes.
Okay. Inzala Bantu is
Nolwandle.
solely
Nolwandle, Eskom is not your friend today. We can barely hear you. Immediately when you start to speak, you break. Please share your presentation with Zakele. Maybe because you are also sharing your screen. Let's just try and see if we can project from our side.
Okay, no problem.
Nolwandle, and say something.
Can you hear me now? Is it clearer?
It's better. Let's just go. Now she's leaving. Colleagues, technology is not on her side. Andonel, are you still there? Andolene, sorry. Are you online? No. From Technical Trust. Nolwandle, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Is it clear?
Yes, please try. I'm gonna give you, because we're running out of time, I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Okay. If you break again, we have to let it go, unfortunately.
Okay, no.
Thank you.
Makes perfect sense.
The floor is yours, Nolwandle.
Making women. Okay, feminism isn't about making women strong. Women are already strong. This is all about changing the way the world perceives that strength. Here we are trying to change the narrative from the understanding of having women in the kitchen, having women taking care of children, having women being categorized as people that belong in the household, and trying to make sure that we expand everything that women have been told, everything that women have been forced to be made to see by society that this is where they belong. So now we are here and are trying to change that. For years, we've been having this conversation and we've been having these amazing initiatives. And Inzala Bantu is also another one that is trying to make sure that it puts its mark and trying to achieve everything that we want, to remove the derivatives that we are required in the household taking care of babies. So who is Inzala Bantu? Inzala Bantu is a non-profit towards empowering women all over South Africa and from all walks of life through technology. And when I say all walks of life, I mean all walks of life. We have ladies that are as old as my grandmother. In the morning when we were discussing the presentation, she even went as far as saying, don't forget to let them know that we also have old ladies that's older 70, divorced and tired. We have ladies that are as young as myself. This initiative stems from women in business that have endured the challenges in various markets and have seen the need to ensure that other women do not go through as many obstacles. Because I'm pretty sure that all the females that are sitting in that room, that are joining us virtually, can all agree to one thing. It is very difficult. It is very, very difficult to try and penetrate different industries when you're female. It is so difficult to try and not only penetrate, but also grow in other platforms and other businesses when you are a woman. So Inzala Bantu is now trying to make sure that women also make as much noise as men do. Okay, how is Inzala Bantu doing this? with a strategic partnership of organizations that are in the forefront of innovation, corporate social investments, communities, and nation building. Inzalabantu has created a platform for women-owned SMMEs in order to afford them an opportunity to equally compete with other businesses, especially in male-dominated industries. When I'm talking about male-dominated industries, I'm talking about your construction. I'm talking about your all your civil works. I'm talking about your water and waste management. I'm talking about your right now we are currently dealing with connecting fiber to the home. We are trying to make sure that men feel the pressure that women are here. Women are in telecommunication. Women are within technology, and we are the change. Inzalabantu is also involved in the training of women to get them and their companies ready for the fourth industrial revolution by introducing them to a more digital ways of managing and operating their businesses. No matter how big, no matter how small, there is always room for improvement. Inzalabantu also ensures that all our SMMEs that we have in our database are 100% compliant and have enough capacity to perform at their best in their respective fields. Let me elaborate. Inzalabantu has this platform that I mentioned that has women-owned SMMEs, right? These women-owned SMMEs do not only fall under civil works, they do not only fall under catering, we do not only fall under cleaning or grooming or maintenance. We have women all over. When I say nationally, I'm talking nationally. We have groups in KZN that are in mobilizing, that are in deliveries, that are making sure participate in payments with women.
Nolwani, we lost you.
That go out of. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Continue.
Dominated industries only, but we also have.
No, Lwandle, you're gone again.
Challenges in.
No, Lwandle, you're breaking terribly.
Companies are running as smoothly and.
No, Lwandle.
Can you?
It's bad. It's bad. We can't. We lost you like a minute and a half ago. Nolwandle, sorry. I have to move on. Can I check if Miss Linders is online? Miss Linders, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Can I give you the floor? I might have to ask you to come back again for the recap, but for now, I'm giving you the floor to do the presentation on GBVF. Ms. Linders is the Chief Director, GDYC. Over to you, Ms. Linders. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Program Director. I am going to try and be as fast as I can because we might be having load shedding in the next 10 minutes or so. I'm not sure. It was supposed to be at 2 o'clock and we're still not having it. So I'm just concerned that it might happen. But be that as it may, I'm not going to switch on the video this time because I have done that in the morning and I think people are aware of who I am. But just to reiterate, as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, one of the areas that we are focusing on this year, like all national departments, is to look at the issue relating to how do we combat gender-based violence. And the reason for this is my input will be focusing on the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, what it is. Secondly, I will be talking to the pillars of then zooming pillars that the department will be focusing on as DCDT. And then lastly, talking about the action plan that the department is developing towards combating gender-based violence through the use of technology. So in terms of the NSP on GBV, as it is commonly known, this is a strategic plan that was launched by the president of the country in 2020, April 2020, and where all government departments were asked to look at what is happening in our country. As we know, as women, and in particular as young women, our country has been really facing two pandemics, the one being COVID-19, the other being gender-based violence and femicide. And gender-based violence in the sense that every 7 minutes a woman in South Africa is either raped, either abused, either killed. Either one of those three things are happening to a woman every 7 minutes in South Africa. And that means that it is a real challenge for us as South Africa. And hence the president then called upon all government departments, civil society and business to stand together and to combat gender-based violence. And in this regard, he then released the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. The plan has 6 pillars. The first one deals with coordination, leadership, and accountability, because it was understood that there has to be a leadership from government in this regard, and that we need to look at how do we coordinate and take accountability as the country when where this pandemic is concerned. So there are a number of structures that has been set up to monitor how we are doing as the country, and one of these include the National Coordinating Steering Committee that is led by the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, that meets on a quarterly basis to monitor how the country is doing. Second pillar deals with issues relating to prevention and building social cohesion. And in this pillar, it is primarily looking at how do we prevent gender-based violence from happening, but how do we also look at, as a country, what are we doing to maintain social cohesion, which is one of the things that is eroded by gender-based violence. And in this regard, there is a number of programs that has been put in place, including awareness that is being raised through media, through one of our state-owned companies, the South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC, which has a number of awareness campaigns on GBV. And then there's also a number of preventative programs that is implemented by the departments, such as social development, basic education, Department of Health, in terms of looking at how do we prevent the scourge of gender-based violence. The third pillar deals with justice and protection. And in this pillar, it is primarily about looking at the legislative framework that governs how do we deal with gender-based violence in our country. And in this regard, I'm pleased to say that the president has brought into law or signed into law 3 pieces of legislation recently that is changing the landscape as far as protecting victims and survivors of gender-based violence are concerned. And those are the amendment bill for domestic violence and the amendment to the Sexual Offences Act, as well as the amendments to the Criminal Matters Act. So in these laws, there are protection measures that has been put in place that supports victims and survivors of gender-based violence, in particular women, children, and older persons. Then the fourth pillar is economic power, which is primarily looking at how do we utilize the economic participation of women to enable them to get out of the situation of being victims of gender-based violence. And in this regard, there is a number of initiatives that has been put in place, such as government procurement of 40% that needs to be set aside for women-owned businesses, SMME support mechanisms and programs that we heard about this morning when the Department of Small Business presented to enable victims of gender-based violence to be economically empowered, because there is also economic abuse that is part of gender-based violence. And one of the main reasons people or women that are abused stay with their abusers is because of economic disempowerment. Then the fifth pillar deals with issues relating to care, support, and the care and support and healing of survivors of gender-based violence. And in this regard, there is programs that are primarily implemented in the social cluster with regards to looking at how do we support women to get into places of safety, how do we enable them to have access to social support after having been abused. And then lastly, the last pillar deals with research and information management, which basically looks at doing research into what are some of the trends, how do we overcome the scourge, and what are some of the new technologies and innovations that we can put in place to enable us to combat this pandemic of GBV. So those are the pillars. So as the Department of Communications, we are focusing on 3 pillars, the one being prevention, the second one being protection and justice, the third one being around economic power. And in this regard, we are developing an action plan that deals with these 3 areas. In terms of prevention, we are primarily looking at awareness raising, and this is one of the platforms that we are using to raise awareness around the scourge, but also to look at what are the things that we can do collectively with our state-owned companies, as well as with civil society and business. And in this regard, as I said already, SABC, the Film and Publication Board, are primary participants in prevention of GBV. Secondly, we are focusing on the pillar that deals with economic power. And in this regard, we are primarily looking at digital literacy skills for women. We are looking at providing information about how to start and own your own digital business, and how to enable yourself to have economic opportunities in the 4IR so that you are able to get out of this situation of GBV. We also work with places of safety where we provide training to shelters in terms of digital literacy, as well as opportunities in the digital sector. And then lastly, the last pillar that we are supporting is around protection and justice. And in this regard, we are primarily focusing on enhancing the work that the Department of Justice is doing with regards to the new laws that has been released, and looking at it from the perspective of the online platforms that are being created for reporting, as well as ensuring that we provide the support to the reporting of incidents online, and also looking at online abuse and how do we enable victims of online abuse to report, but also to be safe when they are using online platforms. So those are just high-level areas where we are working on, and that we are developing the action plan, and we are hoping to conclude it by the end of this financial year for implementation in the new financial year, with support from the organizations represented here, but also primarily with support from the women and young women that are that are affected by GBV. And I'm going to leave it at that, because I think my 10 minutes is basically over now, and I will take any questions in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Linders. Let me do this. We are at the end of our program. We're only left with 2 items. So before Ms. Linders comes back to give us the recap of the day, I'd like us to do questions. So let's have our Q&A from the presentations that happened after the break. to now. Let's have questions. Some questions are online. Ray had a question online, and I requested that he types his answer online. So let's check if we have any questions from the provinces. And here on the floor, there's a question on the floor. Can I have a microphone, Balela? There at the back. There's another question. There's one. Okay, the lady with the nice orange dress. Oh, there's another one. Beautiful lady in front here. And the gentleman here. So I have 3 on the floor. In that order. We start there in the second row. We come to the front row on my right-hand side and then the left-hand side. Ladies, when you speak, the other provinces can hear you. So when you decide to have your own meeting, they also join. They have no choice. You are the hosting province. So let's be considerate. Balela, can you start there, please? Yeah. She's got her hand up. Finally, the camera is leaving my face.
Sorry, Latifa. It's the sorry, Latifa. It's the Red Woman Dress Association today.
Can you please raise your voice? I'm struggling
hello.
to hear you.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily. Just before I make my comment, I just want to know: did anyone else here get a copy of today's program? Okay, because it would have helped, like a little bit, to see the program. Anyway, oh, Prof. Yes. So it's a comment and a question, and I don't know if the Prof doesn't mind me engaging critically with.
Sorry. I think I'm losing control of my audience. Zakele, I can just humbly ask you to stop what you are doing because I think it's getting everyone excited for no reason. So colleagues, can you just receive what you're receiving in silence so that we can end the program?
Okay. Then I'll
Please.
speak very succinctly and yeah,
Thank
for
you.
your benefit.
Please do.
Prof, I really enjoyed hearing your presentation, and we were asked to engage academically or critically, so I hope you don't mind me doing that. Just the advice about dignity, and I'd like it if we could go back there and maybe have a conversation, maybe after lunch, because then I'll be less angry. But the comment that was made was, we must dress properly when going to a male's office. And I'd just like to know, why? Is that so as not to provoke the male or not to offend the male? Because my understanding is that offense is taken and not given. And so if the question is, does dignity really start with the way we dress? If we want to start with dignity, then why can't we start by asking men not to sexualize our bodies, not to undress us with their eyes? Yeah, if we're going to start with dignity, then why don't we ask, if sex is a choice and periods are not, why are condoms free and pads we have to buy? If we have to talk about dignity and using technology for education, then can we ask, why are we finding ourselves having to choose between buying data or buying bread? Why is that still a choice that we have to make? So if I can make a suggestion, if self-worth and self-respect, they are very important, and I agree. I just don't think that dignity starts there. And the last question I just wanted to ask is, if someone said, let's chat as girls, and that would be so lovely. So I just want to know, what would stop us from having an intentional slot on a program like this where we can talk to each other? The NSP is such a great document. Why do we all not have copies and we're able to talk to each other about what we think about the NSP? Because there's great content here, but it would just be lovely to engage with it more.
Thank you. Prof, that's your question. I'll come to you. Let's allow other questions to come. There's a lady in front here. Ladies, I did say I get worried when men ask questions in our event. Can we participate?
My question is for the last person that spoke, Mrs. Linders. She speaks fluently about the strategic plan that was done 2020, guys. little bit of respect, please. Thank you. So she spoke very nice about what the president has done in 2020, and we should not forget that he said no murderers, no rapists will get bail. Yet, 22, there are still people going out on 500 rand bails, by the way, who has raped, killed. We have ladies that are sitting with interim orders or protection orders, go lay a charge against the perpetrator, and then for a fine check, the perpetrator go makes a case 2 days after the fact. Yet, the woman that has the protection order are picked up by the police. Yet her case has not even received a case number. So they must really consider, and I would respect that the president take up this matter, because still it is just on paper, this plan, no implementation, no action. And I'm not fighting with the presenter or anything. I am just making a point here, because as we are sitting here as social activists, we still face the brunt of our survivors.
Thank you so much. Miss Linders, just to be clear, she's not fighting with you. She is definitely fighting with the president, because there are people who are still getting bail in 2022.
Thank you. The reason for my question is I'm looking at pillar number 3 of the action plan. One of the things that is really a big concern is that we've got fantastic legislation, and much has been done by so many stakeholders. Enormous work has been done to combat gender-based violence, and we should salute that. But one thing that worries me is every 3 months, between 9,000 and 10,000 women report rape to the police station. It means 38,000 per annum. We are not raping only women. We're raping the structure of a family. We're raping societies. We're raping communities. This is a crime against humanity, and we are not going to end this if we do not change the hearts and minds and attitudes of men. And my problem is that if you look at pillar number 3, we should be much more vocal and much more aggressive with a national plan to have a footprint amongst men in the communities to change their hearts and minds. If we don't change the hearts and minds and attitudes of men, we're not going to win the war. And I'd like Mrs. Landers to react to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, coming from a man to say, let's change the mindset of men. Thembeka, you have a question online, then I have another question on the floor here.
Thank you very much. I would like to say congratulations to the dialogue, and I'd like to say congratulations to Ms. Linders. I've been a stakeholder in the broadcasting and ICT for a while now. I think the pillar we asked, I'm very concerned, and I want to reiterate what the previous lady said and this gentleman, is the awareness and the timelines that state-owned entities give us SMMEs who come up with solutions. And we need feedback, you know? We put in proposals, and a proposal can last a year or 2 years within a state-owned entity. So what we are saying in terms of the national strategic plan, can they be timelines based in terms of proposals being brought in and the platforms that women bring to the department? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thembeka. Petronella, I hope you are noting that. I have a question on the floor.
Sorry, Che.
Yes, Petronella.
I got disconnected for about 3 minutes, so I would really appreciate it if you can repeat the questions that was asked for me. I got disconnected when the lady was speaking about the protection orders that are where women are still harassed, even though they are the one that is laying the charge.
Okay, Petronella, one of the questions was on pillar number 3. Can you please have your comment on that? Because there are women, the stats of women being raped are very high, and we need to change men's mindsets when it comes to rape. So what is your take on that? And Tembeka was talking about the awareness and also feedback on all these programs that we do in the department. So can they get feedback on those? Then we have another question now on the floor. I hope it's also linking to that.
Good day, Ms. Linda. I'm Monique. I'm a victim of GBV. Really, and it's heartbroken because your perpetrator is walking around, and I got an interdict. I hit Colay 3 charges. The perpetrator just come out on warning. Nothing is happening, and the detective is giving all the information that is in my statement. I had to connect with the other detective, give him the info and tell him I'm unhappy because justice is failing me as a woman. On Wednesday night, I wanted to hang myself. Huh? And they say they were a woman. I don't think it's fair. He phoned me, the detective, and tell me, listen here, where is this guy? I told him I'm in an abusive workshop now. I can't take it anymore. And he told me he's going to lock him up. So it's really hard. How can our government say they want women, but they're actually not interested in our woman? Really, it's really heartbroken.
Wow. Miss Lindis, definitely you have more to do. This is heartbreaking. We sat with her yesterday. She sat with us the whole day, listening to presentations on GBV. We don't even know if seeing men triggers her. Government needs to do something. Ms. Linders, please address this. And Sister Andy as well, please address it. You are here. Yeah. Tina. Oh, yeah. Tina is also here.
Sorry, I want to say thank you for sharing. That's the story of many women in our townships. Many. And we together can find solutions. So for the other woman in the room, I want to say, when you go report GBV, take somebody with you and make sure you know who is the police officer you are talking to. And if this incident like this happened, immediately report it to your GBV facilitator. We've got a network of women, and Latifa and I am going to take this up. We are working closely with the police commissioner at the moment in the Western Cape. And I give you the assurance we will report those police stations. We will, and we have to do it because you all were the 16 days. They've asked us to be accountable, not just government, every single one of us. We have to hold them accountable. We have to report them, and we must support our sisters. That's our job. If we don't do it, we are failing.
Thank you so much, Tina. Wow. This is a lot. This is a lot. If you are in Western Cape, the mood has just changed completely. PE, I have you, followed by Nomvula, followed by Siafunda. We actually have 10 minutes before we take lunch and end the program. So if you can briefly ask your questions, colleagues. I appreciate the background before you ask a question, but can we just ask a question? Thank you so much. PE?
Good afternoon. My name is Yoliswa Vezile from PE. Unfortunately, my question is actually directed to the morning session, but we couldn't connect when we were supposed to. So I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to pose the question now. All right. My question goes to the Department of Small Business Development, to Sisinomvula. My first question is about the incubators that you mentioned with reference to assisting small businesses. So I just wish to know how and who is actually entitled to be part of those incubators, and how do people access those incubators processes or programs that they have. And the second question is about the stakeholders that she mentioned, the financial institutions that are there to assist in terms of bridging the gap. And she mentioned the fact that we need to have manufacturers, and the challenge is not having the machinery. Most of our SMEs have access to machinery, but no access to funding. So I think there needs to be a place where where we bridge the gap and connect with each other so that we may be able to bridge the gap. The last one is to Res Corp. I wish to know if their services is a cost involved, because I believe they start from an idea to a point where an organization or an SME is up and running. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I take Siafunda, and then Sis Nomvula, you can come in and briefly answer, and then I'll allow Prof to answer here on the floor, and I will allow Ms. Linders to answer. When she's done answering, I will ask her to do the wrap up, and then we conclude the program. Thank you. Siafunda. Oh, the hand is gone. Okay, Sis Nomvula, can you come in, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Sisi. I am going to answer Umama a PE, but I also want to make a comment which I would like Petronella to also to respond to. Not necessarily to respond, but to just to ventilate on that one. And I thought CGE would be here because throughout the morning I wanted to talk about this, and I thought they would come and speak. Regarding the incubators, Mama, Wonkumtu is entitled to access the incubators, because incubators are meant to support small entrepreneurs to develop their capabilities and capacity. So you can go to SEDA, and SEDA can guide you with regards to the existing incubators. You can access AMA incubators as an incubatee, or even the digital hubs which are linked to TVET colleges. I'm not sure exactly where are you based at, but you can engage with me on my email. I've posted the email address here. You can either access incubators as an incubatee, or you can approach USIDA whenever there's a gap, that window
that is inviting people who wants to be incubators themselves. You can apply to be an incubator and host the abantu as an incubator yourself. There are requirements that will be put up advert. With regards to machinery, I think it depends. Machinery for what, you know, that is it depends on what sector you are in, what machinery is it for, and what funding are you looking for. Funding is provided by our Small Enterprise Finance Agency, USIFA, but you can either go to website GASIFA, or you can still contact me via my email, so that we can and talk about this thing, so that I can guide you and also hook you up with my colleague from either USIDA or USIFA, who are based PE. And with regards to my issue, a program director, I wanted to say that throughout the morning, of course, as much as I understand that event yanamhlanje is about International Women's Event, the programs that we have been presenting throughout the morning, most of them we are talking about you know, doing this for women, doing this for young women, and so on and so on. But what I wanted to say is that at some point, I think as a country and as programs, we also have to understand that we are also bringing up young men, young boys, who themselves would have to be empowered, so that there mustn't be a big gap between the young girls and the young women insofar as empowerment is concerned, so that there must be that parity. Because as you understand, at UN level, we are talking about parity, that gender parity, which shouldn't lead to the gap between our boy child and girl children. So we have to stand in our programs at some point, because now we have been talking about programs like Take a Girl Child to Work. We also need to say, we also need to say, how do we? Yes, ma.
So, sorry, I have to cut you. Our time in the venue is really limited. We're supposed to end at 3. Can I have a request, because we work with you, send these programs that you have to Usisthandi, you know, Petronella, and we.
Okay, sis. Petronella, can you please, in your response, if you can just make, even if it's 1 point on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof, can I give you an opportunity to respond? How we dress? Your mic is off, Prof.
Good. You know what? I always give this example, especially when we talk about dignity in almost all spheres and aspects. You know, as long as we do not deliberate and debate on this issue, we are going to continue having problems because we do not ask right questions. Number one, when we talk about dignity and we talk about the dress code, we don't talk about just one aspect. We talk about the formation of the body, which defines a woman in a particular way. And if we talk to our girls without including that in our deliberation, they will never understand the importance and the meaning of dignity when it comes to dress code. Because we cannot, when I give them examples, I always say, do you go to the lion park and you cover yourself with blood and you expect that the lions are not going to harm you? You can't do that. And this is what we need to address when we talk with our girls, because as much as we have our young boys and the male that in that space, they are also having a certain kind of formation that makes them to be attracted to certain things when it is actually presented to them. Hence, I was saying, you cannot go to the mall and start taking off your dress, your clothes, and then you say you are in a safe space. Why don't you do that? Why do you do it when it is digital space? It is exactly the same thing, because when we start debating issues and asking incorrect questions, we are putting ourselves at risk. That is why we're asking the questions which says, what are we supposed to be doing in the digital space? And I said, is the mirror. The digital space is the mirror of our day-to-day lives. You will ask yourself a question when you see, I always say, I don't want to talk about the young girl even now, about myself, my age group. You will see my age group in the mall starting to pull down the skirts when she is walking. It's an indication that deep down in that woman's heart, she realized and knows that I'm not dignified the way I am dressed. And if we do not talk about that and we misinterpret gender-based violence, we will continue having cases of gender-based violence. We need to start talking about important issues that can trigger gender-based violence before we talk about gender-based violence. Because if we do not do that, we are going to be in trouble. We don't say male, because also when we talk about dignity, we need to have a proper definition of dignity in a particular space. We do not say to males, they must do things to our girls. But we must also protect our girls from exposing themselves to such issues. And the only way we can do that is to talk to them about the importance of dignity and protecting their spaces wherever they go.
Wow.
I always give that example because I know girls, they will tell you that we are allowed. You know, I was talking about the picture in one of the discussions that we had. You will have a girl wearing bikinis, having on her head a savannah, dancing in front of males that's well-dressed, with nice shorts, cover themselves properly, but the girls are naked. And where is the women's dignity there? What are we doing in that particular space? What I'm trying to say here, let us not mislead our girls, because they will ask improper questions to say, are we not allowed to? But the first thing that we need to do, there is a woman in a book that I read. I like that book. It says, that book, a virtuous woman sits with the young girls, teach them the principles of life and how to live life. And if we do not embrace such, I am telling you the truth, we'll continue talking about gender-based. That is why I am saying on my talk, when I was talking, I am saying we need to deliver our girls from the concept of males are better than the females, so that they are able to understand themselves, self-realization, dignity, and they will be able to define dignity in a true sense of dignity.
Prof, I must say, you have opened a can of worms. And I think she has a lot of follow-up to say. But during lunch, colleagues, unfortunately, it ends here. Ms. Linders, I'm going to give you an opportunity now in 5 minutes. Please give us a recap. And respect, ladies, respect, respect, respect. Can we give each other respect? Ms. Linders, can you please give us a recap? And also, before you give a recap, please attempt to answer the questions briefly. And also, Sister Andy's email address was shared, and Zakele's. Some questions colleagues can be sent. Wow, I'm speaking with everyone here. Wow. Sure. Ms. Linders, can you please answer the questions and recap in 5 minutes? The lunch has been ready for the past 5 minutes. And Ms. Dorcas, please, after Ms. Linders, just give us a vote of thanks and closing remarks, and the delegates depart. Ms. Linders, the floor is yours. Briefly, please.
Good afternoon again, colleagues. I think that before I do anything, I would like to just say this. We started this event on yesterday morning, and my first words during my opening remarks of the purpose was that this is a dialogue, which means it's a robust, I wanted robust and vigorous input. And I think that's what we got now in the last few minutes of this dialogue. I think that it's very important to realize that we are, women is not a homogeneous group. We are a diverse group of, by nature. We are diverse by nature. We are young, we are old, we are disabled, we are not disabled, we are from a certain ethnic group, we are from a certain province. There's many things that defines, we have different sexual orientation, we have different religious beliefs. So we are a diverse group of people. And I think that is what was demonstrated now in this conversation that we just had now. Because I don't think, I want to be clear that there is no right or wrong answer when it comes to dignity, because dignity is an inherent right that we all have as a human being. We are born with dignity, and that right to have dignity is an inherent right. And hence we have our own socialization. I think it's very unfortunate, let me put it this way, that we are at the end of the program, because we are now essentially touching on why we have these kind of dialogues. We have these kind of dialogues because we are a country that has a rich history as far as gender inequality is concerned, as far as patriarchal societies are concerned. And we now are a country that is characterized as one of the most violent countries in the world. We are characterized as that. That is factual. It is researched. It is known. It is not something that is made up. It's factual. And hence we need to really respect the fact that we are a diverse group of, when it comes to women. So I want to just say that as my introduction before I start with the wrap up, that we need to understand that, and we need to recognize that, and we need to acknowledge that in the context of this conversation that we are having now. Because I know that the young lady that asked the question about dignity is now boiling where she's sitting. She's overflowing, I'm sure, because she's not happy with the response that she may have received from the professor. But in the same breath, the professor is sitting with her understanding of what she understands dignity to be. And I think what we need is this kind of dialogue, so that we are able to find each other and able to understand where we come from as women, and what is our spatial and our social environment that decides what we do or what we don't do. So I just wanted to say that. Then secondly, I think it's also rather unfortunate that the GBV presentation was done today, and it had to be done in a rush because we ran out of time. It was supposed to be done yesterday, and it was supposed to be more, there was supposed to be more time to interrogate and discuss it. So yes, the person that asked the question about 2020 is correct. The president released the plan in 2020. We are in 2022. There is a number of gains that has been made in the last 2 years. One of them, like I explained, is the legislation. We now have a new set of laws, even as it regards to protection orders, as it regards to how women are to be protected. And I'm not going to go into the detail because we don't have time, but I want to just indicate to her that it will be important for us to continue this conversation and to have an understanding of what is happening in the Western Cape and in the rest of the provinces that were represented here, so that we are able to provide this information when we are in the steering committee meetings, when we are engaging with other departments, because it's an intersectorial approach to gender-based violence. It is not a one department or one entity that is trying to resolve this. And Tina was correct in her input to say each one of us has a role to play. We have a role to play, firstly, as a woman, secondly, in the institution that we find ourselves in, and thirdly, in the home that we find ourselves in, because gender-based violence is unfortunately a pandemic in our country. So we need to work together. We need to continue to work together. Then for the lady that shared her story, I think that it is really heartbreaking to hear your situation. And I would like to encourage you to engage with the people that are there in the room with you, but also to continue to tell your story, because telling your story is what helps to heal. And I did indicate in the gender-based violence plan, there is a specific pillar that talks to healing and care and support. So again, I would like you to share your information with the people that are in the room, but also with my colleagues that are there, and we will look at what is it that we can do from a government perspective to provide you with support, but obviously noting that it is a specific case and it will have to be dealt with in that manner. So to wrap up this dialogue, I think that it is an indicative of the fact that we have a lot of work still to do as government, and in particular as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, because we delved into a lot of issues today, specifically around the digital environment. We looked at how can we be more digitally safe, how can we be more digitally connected. And I think the comment that was made about, do we choose between data and bread? It's a very a specific comment, because it really describes where we are as South Africa. We are going into a digital world, but we also have the challenges as the South African population of poverty, unemployment, and being described as one of the most unequal societies in the world. So yes, as DCDT, we are working towards reducing the cost to communicate, but clearly we cannot do that on our own. We have to work together. And my challenge to each and every woman that was in this dialogue would be, what is it that you're taking from here and that you are sharing with another woman, that you are going to be able to say, out of this dialogue, this is what the one thing that I'm going to do is ABC, to be able to go out there and then spread the word, provide information, make sure that people are connected, because if you have data and you are able to connect another woman, you have already assisted government to resolve the situation of cost to communicate, as an example. So lastly, I would like to say that as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we are really pleased with the robust participation from the Eastern Cape, from the Western Cape as the host province, from the Northwest, and from Limpopo. We had participation, and all the speakers that was here provided you with information, and we hope that the purpose that I set yesterday, which was one, to provide you with information around how to combat gender-based violence through using technology. Secondly, how to navigate in a digital environment as an SMME. And thirdly, what is available internationally to us as women. I hope that we have achieved those three objectives, and I would like to wish you all a safe journey back to your respective destinations. And also just to say that as the department, we are really thankful for all your participation, and we look forward to evaluating how have we done rather by next year International Women's Day, when we come together again to observe this day globally as South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Linders. Thank you very much. Last but not least, vote of thanks and closing remarks, of which I think Ms. Linders has covered that. But vote of thanks, please, Ms. Dorcas Makhatlela, our colleague from the department, she's online. If you can hear me, just switch on your mic and start speaking. Dorcas, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, 2
Thank
minutes.
you.
From the 2 minutes, I'll ask for 30 seconds. Igama lama khosikazi ma libongwe. Igama lama khosikazi ma libongwe ma libongwe. Malibongwe, Malibongwe. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Malibongwe.
Thank you. Yeah, I took. Okay. Thank you, Program Director. I must start with you. And most and not, yeah. Secondly, I'd like to thank all the participants, the delegates who came here, because without you guys, wouldn't have performed what was supposed to be done. The table, the desk will be empty, but you took your time out of your daily schedules to be here. And I know by now you know the department, Communications and Digital Technologies. And they've said I'm Dorcas Makhatlela, the Deputy Director in the Gender Mainstreaming. And thirdly, I'd like to thank all the presenters, because they took their time also, imparted their information, and please take the information and go make use good of it. And to those who are wounded, like the speaker from Cape Town, you know what? I've got a quote from Oprah Winfrey. Oprah says, your wounds you change your wounds to wisdom. So we've got a wounded delegate. Even some of us know we are here, but deep down, we might also be wounded. Those wounds, you must change them to wisdom. You know where to approach, whom to approach when you are faced in a situation whereby now you cannot do anything. And I would like to thank the Professor Tembisa that, you know what, dignity is within and outside. We go home, but we know that, you know what, you've got free choice to dress anyway and anyhow. But how someone says so, as the professor has said, we are not saying that they've got the right to come to you, but are in campaign. Cape Town. Oh, please let me not forget to thank the DCDT team, logistics. I would like to thank Khobi Mokoni, my colleague. We worked tirelessly, and it was difficult, it was hard. Even now, I was in and out, trying to resolve some of the things, But I cannot, put our dirty linen out here. But Khobi in PE, Pambili Mfazi, Pambili Mbogoto. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Igama lama khosikazi malibongwe. Can we meet again? Libongwe, malibongwe.
You are really
malibongwe, malibongwe.
That brings us to the end of our program.
Jenny, thank you. Love you all.
Thank you so much, Dorcas. That brings us to the end of our program. Sis Thandi, you are having your own meeting there and it's very loud. That brings us to the end of our program. Thank you so much, colleagues. great and so. Towards the end, I understand the hunger. We have lunch now to be served. You know what we spoke about, right? So can we just be ladies and act with dignity while we go for lunch? Thank you so much. See you next year.
Goodbye, everyone.